Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all variations thereof, and welcome to session 66 of Shadows of Sorcery. Okay, joining us this evening, surprisingly, we have a full roster. It is nice.
It's been known to happen.
Roster. It's been known to happen. It's intermittent, but it has been known to happen. Joining us this evening, we have the knight who just loves to talk to old ladies. It's Prodigious Maximus, as played by Elfie Oakwood.
Hit me up, MILFs.
Great. We have that one dwarf that is no longer a dwarf, but still has dwarf skills. It's Darren Moran, as played by Lion.
Yep.
We have the actually skilled stonemason and mining engineer, Ingvar Svan, as played by Lydia.
Do not accept for the session because I fell asleep.
Yeah. And last but not least, we have the warlock who is going through magic withdrawal symptoms, Arcus the librarian, as played by Zarian.
Hello.
Hello. Also, that's Darren's old thing. That's the dwarf one, not the dragonborn.
What?
On Tailspire.
Oh, there's still dragon for me.
I'm seeing Dragonborn.
It's showing up as dwarf on my end.
Oh dear.
Dragon. Oh, now it's no. Oh.
It's flipped through different ones. It's fine.
Is it synchronized now?
Who wants to do the recap?
I'll do the recap.
Yeah!
Zarian will do the recap. What? Did you watch any of the last session? Or were you completely knocked out of it?
The last session was I was sick.
Yes.
Here we go, there's the recap. I went
I mean, that's... From your character's perspective, that is technically true. I guess that counts as a recap. Okay, so last we left off, ladies and gentlemen, you all jumped off the Dawn's Light cruise airship that was making its way to Necronir, your destination. You jumped off in the middle of nowhere, forcing me to create an area out of thin air, because I wasn't expecting you to do this. So good on you for that. And the captain told you that he could get to about 500 feet, and then you'd have to sort yourselves out from there. So grabbing the figure, I've forgotten his name again. Nope, he's disappeared from my everything. Great. Grabbing Ingvar's friend and jumping off the airship, you all materialized or flew or dropped down to the ground in the Ashfold Plains, an area of the world which is completely devoid of magic. And in fact is not just devoid, but drains the magic from the surrounding areas, meaning that casting magic in this zone is completely out of the window. You cannot do it. You cross the Ashfold Plains by day, or at least a small portion of them, until you came upon the village of Ashfold, a village that is built up on stilts because, as you found out later on, the Ashfold Plains is home to some less than savory creatures. Things that burrow through the dust that is the Ashfold. You also notice that the Ashfold is home to a lot of ancient titanic weaponry that has been left here for centuries upon centuries after the Titan Wars. The wars between the gods and the primordial titans. And that is where you find yourselves now. You have a way out that is a little safer than just trekking across the dust, but it currently is in need of repair. A sled that has obsidian runners, one of which has been broken by what you were informed was the bite of a dust eel. You have scouted a possible replacement for this runner, and Ingvar has the know-how to be able to manage it. With 2 successes on practice attempts, that DC for crafting a new runner is actually slightly lower now. In the meanwhile, the librarian has been tossing and turning in their bed, unable to awaken as the symptoms of magic withdrawal set in. And librarian, we're going to start with you. We're going to go back a little bit, and we're going to go to the point where you landed in this area. And in fact, we're going to go to just before you guys jumped off the ship. I think that is a good call. So, librarian, you're standing on the deck of the ship. You're looking down out across these plains. You have Ingvar's friend next to you. You are about to dimension door. You watch as Darren jumps off the edge. You watch as Kazma grabs Prod by the pauldrons, by the shoulders, and Ingvar leaps onto Kazma's back, and they jump over the edge, and you look down and you see this vast expanse of pockmarked grey desert below you. And you summon together this golden light, and you create this shimmering doorway, and you step through. The first thing you feel as you step through this shimmering golden doorway is a rending. The feeling of something being cleaved from your body. As you exit the door behind you slams shut almost faster than you... Like, usually a dimension door stays open for like 3 or 4 seconds just after the users step through. This one snaps shut, as if it can't stay open. You step through into the Ashfold Plains, and there is this... You feel this cleaving sensation as part of your being is slowly being ripped and peeled away. You fall to one knee, gasping for breath. There is something here that does not like you. As you step forward, you try and take another step, and Prod catches you with like one arm, steadies you. Ingvar is under you, under like your other arm, almost immediately, as you feel like sweat start to pour down your face. You feel the very essence of your being unraveled. And then you black out. Unconsciousness hits you like a wave, and you are standing in empty space. And then it's not empty anymore. There's a rush as memory pours around you, engulfs you, inundates you, a tsunami of memory and feeling and idea. as it drowns you. And that is where you spend about 24 hours of time inundated in pure, uncompromising memory, as the magic that usually keeps your past life at bay is wiped clean. Entirely. About 6 o'clock in the morning, librarian, you awake in a shabby-looking room. You see Ingvar seated at a table with shards of obsidian surrounding them as they, like, chip away at what looks to be a set of knives? Uncertain. You sit up. Your robes are drenched in sweat. You look at your skin, and there are patches of both the pale, like, pinkish humanoid skin and that bright blue that are interchangeable across your skin. How is the librarian feeling right now?
Hey, Prod,
Huh?
you got a bucket?
I goes and provides a bucket.
The librarian proceeds to try and throw up for a good 2 minutes.
Oh, you throw up. Like, you had a relatively full meal on the airship last time. You fully just empty the contents of your stomach into this bucket. It is not a pleasant sight. There is... Prod, you see this? There is, like, a pallor the librarian's skin, to Arcus's skin, that you've never seen before. Like, the human skin that you see is, like, tinged this deathly white, and that, like, bluish skin that you see is, like, this really, really pale ice blue.
We need to get you out of here as soon as humanly possible.
Yep.
I've got... Hang on, I rummage around. I'm like, I've got some sweets. They're like boiled little sweets. Every time I was in a cart ride, my grandma grandma of the place that I came from gave me one. I've forgotten the word. What's the word
The brain
for...
just kind of turns to Prod like that one
original.
fucking Lemmy gif where he's in bed with his squinty eyes, except he's just looking awful.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh,
sure, if you think it'd help.
I don't know.
I don't think this has ever happened to me
Temple!
before.
Sorry. I forgot the word temple.
Oh, okay. Librarian takes one of the boiled sweets.
It just has a little...
It's like a
I just
cough
kinda-
drop,
Yeah.
kind of.
I'm like, oh, this'll maybe help. Where are we? Have you guys? How long have I been out? Have you guys like explored? Like, what's this building?
It's
We're
okay.
in a-
We're...
You go ahead.
You go ahead.
Nah. We're in a little... Well, we came off the airship. We're a few days walk from Necromia. It's... From what we can tell, it's a magically devoid area of sorts. There's not a lot here. We're in what I can only assume is the main village. There's not a lot going on, though. I'll be honest.
Librarian,
Okay.
roll me a history check.
Yay! I love rolling that check. Can't wait for the one. Nice. Well, almost 17.
Okay. You look out the window and all you see are, like, blank plains of grey dust. And it doesn't look familiar to you, and then you notice these giant pieces of weaponry that are lying all over the place. And you realize that you are in a region that was once called the Greenfold. This place, before the calamity that affected the city of Praxis, was a massive jungle, rainforest type area. And something's happened to it. You don't know what, because that history doesn't exist for you. But you do know that this area was once a war zone, and then the Greenfold grew up around it and buried the weapons of the Titans beneath it. But something has happened since then that has completely destroyed the forests that used to be here.
Hey, this place used to be a giant forest, I think. At least when I was still around in the world, but like, it's a desert now?
I would akin it more to volcanic ash rather than sand, let's be honest. And there's some very angry eels out there as well.
Oh, there's eels? Like, aquatic eels, or what?
I think they call them dust eels.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
No. I'm trying to get us out of here, but somebody decided to get pissed yesterday and kind of failed at getting the obsidian we
Oh,
needed.
wait, I might have a book for this. 1 second. I'm gonna rummage through my rucksack, and I bring out Winifred Wilcomb's Guide to Worms.
Guide to Worms?
Guide to
Is it
Worms.
worms with
Worms.
an O or worms with a Y?
It's Worms with an O.
It's worms with an O. Okay. Sure, Winifred Wilcomb's Guide to Worms.
Brackets Y.
yes.
What in brackets?
O brackets Y. It's both.
O brackets Y. Okay. Sure. I will allow you to roll me a nature check with advantage on this.
Oh.
Fantastic. This is all I've ever wanted.
Best worms to use for fishing.
That is an 18.
There's an 18. Okay.
Winifred knows what they're talking about.
Dust eel. The entry on dust eel. They start small. They usually birthed at about like 2 inches long, and they start in like pools of silt. And that's where and you would know this, Prod, because you saw someone fishing these things. They start in pools of silt, and as they grow bigger, they eventually burrow out into the surrounding desert. I'm thinking the word for desert, but, you know. Eventually, they can get to be approximately 60 to 70 feet in length. And are capable of swallowing people, carts, cows. They are usually filter feeders, and they feed on the stuff that is in the dust. However, they have been known to go for larger prey as opportunist scavengers and hunters. They are, in essence, dune sandworms, because that's where I got the inspiration from.
This silt, is this purple silt perchance?
It is not, no. The silt
Infused
is
with
like
wizard
this,
cocaine?
The silt is like this silvery substance that you saw the other day, Prod. Like that big pool out the back that's half water, but mostly like this silt stuff. And you saw the Gorgon like fishing for these large sort of eel-like creatures, and then like smacking their heads with a hammer before they could wriggle away. And it's like 50% water, but then it's 50% dust that's constantly being churned up by these creatures. So yeah.
Oh, so it's like one big happy Newtonian fluid.
Hmm.
Anyway, is there anything about weaknesses or available like ways to evade them?
So you know that they're attracted to heat. So lanterns that give off heat, body heat, anything like that. So the best way to evade them is to stay off the dust. To keep like a space of air between you and the dust below you, so that it doesn't heat up, basically. So that you don't attract them. Which is why, as like you look out the very small like slats between the windows, and you see all the houses around you, they're built on stilts. So all the heat sources are quite high off the ground.
Interesting. So have any of you come up with a plan yet of how to get across the desert, or is it kind of still up in the air?
Where there's a it is a sled, isn't it? Sort of thing.
It is a sled. It's a dust sled.
Yeah.
Or as the innkeeper called it, a dust runner. It is essentially a wind-powered sled that uses obsidian runners to cross the sand. But at the moment, it's broken.
I couldn't think of the name for it.
No, it's fine. I'm here to be your repository of knowledge when I can remember things.
Yeah. So there's the innkeeper called it a dust runner. It's like a sled, but one of the runners is currently broken. I'm waiting for. I'm going to try and make a new runner, but we need more obsidian, essentially, for it.
Ah, okay. And where do we get the obsidian?
There's a big ass sword over there.
Yeah,
Kind of
you
point
see
out.
Ingvar point out the window in the distance, and you see this massive, like, 60-foot tall sword that's just been implanted into the ground that has this, like, purplish red tinge to the edges of it.
I'm just waiting for our dear muscly friends to bring some back.
Ah, okay.
I think Darren's currently still asleep at the moment.
Can we, like, see this big fuck-off sword out the window? Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you definitely can.
Do
I'm not
I
sure if
see anything with my magic vision since it's innate, or is that also kind of dead right now?
your magic vision does not work.
Okay.
Like, you try and reach for this power that is innate to you, and you feel like you're trying to grasp empty space where you know there should be something, but you're putting your hand and like you're squeezing at just the right like pressure to grab something, and it's going through it every time. And
Okay.
you realize that that's happening with everything magical that you're trying to grasp.
What about my magic items? Are all those gone as well?
As far as you can tell, I mean, they exist, but you don't know if they work.
Interesting. Oh, actually. This is gonna go. So, is demonic magic still magic?
Yes. Demonic and divine magics are still a form of magic.
What is happening with my Asmodeus contract right now?
Do you want to pull it out and take a look?
Yeah, I want to take a look.
Okay. Where the contract is usually this, like, glowing... Like, it's not, like, bright glowing heat sort of thing, but it's usually like this, the letters have this, like, gentle glowing ripple effect to them in, like, this, like, faint orangey black color. It just looks dead. And that's a weird thing to say about a piece of paper, but it does just look dead.
You reckon you could rip it up?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Can I tear this in half?
Give me a strength check.
Can I get assistance from Fraud tearing this in half?
Sure.
A phone book.
Sure.
Look, I have a
Like,
negative
it's pretty
3 to strength.
sturdy vellum.
Okay, strength check with advantage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you want Prod to just do it.
Honestly, yeah. Hey, Fraud, can you rip this up for me?
Yeah.
Like,
can I
give you
get...
moral encouragement is my help
Give you
for your
moral
advantage.
Yeah. Okay. Badonk. That would be a 20.
20. Okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty, filthy 20.
So, which way are you trying to rip this? Like, are you trying to rip it across from top to bottom?
I want most of the words, none of the sentences to make sense, so from top to bottom.
Top to bottom. Okay. Prod. As you start to pull, like, you take the top of the scroll, like the wooden section that keeps the scroll together, and you snap it. And you can start to rip it. Librarian. As this happens, you feel a sharp pain in your... in like the back of your skull. As it feels like someone is trying to split your spine down the middle.
There's some bullshit. Please stop.
Oh.
Yeah, it turns out the fucking contract's linked to my body or something.
How far would you say you got with the tear, Prod?
Like maybe an inch of...
Maybe an inch?
And
Librarian. Until the contract repairs itself, which it cannot do in this area, you have a -1 to Constitution.
Oh. That means I have -2 to Constitution.
Oh, sweet baby.
Now,
Alright,
I will
can I
give
get
you...
some glue from a friend to try and stick it back together?
You wouldn't know this, but I will say, Librarian, you do glean some information from this about the contract. While the contract isn't necessarily... while the contract is magical in nature, there is a deeper piece here. Like, the contract is magical, the binding is magical. However, the binding that the contract states is not bound in magical law. It is bound in natural law, which applies regardless of where you are, regardless of what's happening. This contract can be annulled. Like, it can be adjusted and negotiated. But you have to have the parties that the contract is discussing at least present to make changes, as is dictated by divine, infernal, natural law. It's not magic. It is the essence of being that is tied into this contract specifically. Like, the magic makes it all work properly, but that doesn't stop it from not working when the magic isn't applied. The magic sets the... Think of it this way. The magic sets the terms, but the natural law enforces them, regardless of where you are.
Okay. So what you're saying is the magic is what explicitly sets terms within the contract, but
Yes.
I need someone, the other party here, to make any modifications normally.
Yes. Like, the law is essentially what is enforcing the contract. It is not necessarily magic that does the enforcement. Magic can aid in the enforcement, like it'll stop you from ripping up the contract on normal circumstances. It'll do a bunch of different things, but it doesn't specifically enforce the law. That is the law's own remit.
Yeah, but what I'm getting from this is it describes the law that needs to be enforced, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's currently not active, right?
Magic is not active at the moment, no.
Okay, I would like to amend the contract by rewriting specific portions of it that aren't magically activated right now.
Okay. This we can work with. I will warn you, this is a very high DC. Do you know how to read and write Infernal? Is it a yes or no question?
I know where my name is.
You know where your name is. That is, yes, that is fair. You know where your name is. The question still stands.
Do I know where
you know
Asmodeus' name is?
You have a... Yes and no. Asmodeus' name appears multiple times throughout the contract. And you don't know if you can account for all of the places where it appears, because it appears by multiple different titles.
Oh, I just meant, like, I know how to spell it in Infernal because of, like, frequency in the contract, basically.
Yes, I would say you know how to spell Asmodeus' name.
Cool. I would like to replace my name with Asmodeus' name in the contract, so he's making a contract to himself.
Weird.
Which also means that the death condition is now on him, if he doesn't do it in 3 years. Or however many years it was. I think it might have been 3.
Okay. I will allow you to attempt this, bearing in mind it's a very high DC that you will have disadvantage on because you do not know Infernal. The fact that you are arguing for this at all is why I'm allowing you to do this.
Yeah.
So bear in mind, this is going to be hard. I will give you the base DC you need to hit for any possible changes to take effect. And that DC is 30.
Oof. What skill check is that?
The skill check that you would be using is... Okay, I will give you a choice here. You can either use a straight intelligence skill check, or you can use sleight of hand. If you use straight intelligence, it'll be messy, but you'll probably get it done. If you use sleight of hand, you can make it look good, to the point where someone who reviews the contract later might not notice a change. But remember, it's a DC 30 either way, and realistically, if you do want to try this, there may be unintended consequences. You don't know.
It is also mathematically impossible for me with my current rating, unfortunately.
In intelligence or in...
In either. I only have a +3 in intelligence and a +2 in sleight of hand, so it's impossible for me to roll 30.
What would you...
I mean, unless you get a nat 20.
Yeah, and that 20 would be an automatic success. However, what would you argue would be what you would use to alter this contract?
I mean, it wouldn't really be anything like in Arcana or anything. Like, maybe Insight, since I'm trying to kind of... No, I don't think it would be anything that would have a score that would make this win, honestly, if I'm being realistic. It would maybe be like Intelligence or, at a stretch, like Deception.
Well, thusly, the sleight of hand would be what your deception is here. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a natural 20 will automatically succeed. That's just how it is. However,
I think this might be a good moment to take what I've learned and we can move on. Because now I know at least that it's modifiable in a nullified magic zone, and I technically have a way to recreate that outside of this area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright then. So, Prod, Ingvar, Darren, are you still asleep?
For the moment.
Like, it is 6 a.m., so, yeah. Okay. So, one of the things you do feel, librarian, as you're looking yourself over, you start noticing, like, the splotchy nature of your forms that are kind of fused together halfway between transition at the moment. And it's like, you realize that your memory is the clearest it's ever been. Like, even in the anti-magic bubble, there were still patches that weren't really there. But here, you can remember everything from the past 800 years. Every instance in the library, which is why you were having so much trouble with it, because you were remembering 800 years of memory that was just flooding into your brain.
Oh.
Yeah. You remember filing every single book.
Let's just take some of those out.
You remember a giant black iron armored figure stalking the halls of the library, with burning red eyes and a great sword carved with skulls. You remember a chamber at the center of the library with an angel in it, a celestial being from before the gods, a titan with 3 pairs of wings, silver eyes, and a cavity carved in its chest with a throne on it, on which your daughter sits. You remember the cruelest methods of summoning the door to the library. Blood is a very powerful catalyst.
I'm gonna take out my little device called the Memoriam, and I'm gonna put the important ones in there right away.
Does it work on magic?
Yeah.
You take out the little device called the Memoriam, and it sits quietly in your palm, not doing anything.
I guess we're going low tech again. I get out my fucking pen and quill.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, while the librarian's doing that, Ingvar's going to be a bit of a dick and go and wake Darren up loudly.
Fair enough. You slam your fist against the door to Darren's room as loudly as possible. Darren, you feel the thrumming of a headache. which slowly resolves into the banging of sound coming through your skull, reverberating into your brain.
Hey, time to wake up!
This is literally the least populous area I've been in years. How the hell are you still banging on my door?
Well, that's what you get for not going to sleep in the first place.
I did! I'm in here!
Should've listened to Papa Ringvar. Up! And he wanders back into the other room.
Papa Ingvar. Writing that down. Hey, librarian, can you make a note of the words Papa Ingvar?
The librarian has also accidentally written down the words Papa Ingvar in the middle of a sentence because you said it as I was writing. Now I have a very muddled recollection of a beast rolling down the halls, which I can only presume is now called Papa Ingvar.
Did I remember to take my antacids?
I don't know. Did you? Roll me an intelligence check.
Magical.
Oh, goody. At least that's a good one.
What would you... Actually, no. Roll me a wisdom check.
Oh, son of a... Fine.
Roll for take meds on time, just like in real life.
Ain't that a move?
4.
No, you did not.
Just
Okay,
like in
so
real
there's
life.
holes
To
in this blanket
find
now.
a large divot where acid has slowly eaten through into the straw of the mattress below.
That's gonna eat through the hole.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
make these fucking slides today.
Well, I will fix the cricks in my neck and whatnot and stretch a bit, and then I'll make my way downstairs, praying it is quieter.
Now that the librarian is conscious, and I'm presuming won't choke on their own vomit, should we, all three of us big boys, go down to try and chop off this bit of stuff?
Yeah?
Hi.
We'll leave the librarian to get breakfast.
Librarian, do you want to come with us, or do you want to just be sick?
Like, give me 5 minutes to clean myself up a little bit, but yeah, I'll come.
Oh, hell yeah.
I can't
we'll
say I'll be
grab-
extremely useful, but I'll be there for moral support.
Yeah, we'll grab
That's
some
all
breakfast
we could
before I
ever
know
ask.
anyway.
Okay. So the four of you traipse out into the morning dust.
Yeah.
You.
Ingvar just
I would
giving a
like
slight
you
slide.
to. I would like you to give me a group survival check as you cross towards the blade.
Mine is a +1. Ingvar, you're the
Mine's a
ranger, right?
+2.
Yeah, that's the check. That's the dragon, but that's 19.
The dragon's very good at surviving.
I mean, the dragon could be along with us. He's probably napping on the deck though.
That's a 10.
And for my money, 15.
Let's see what the dice says. 14.
Okay. So.
Oh, that's the wrong
let's
game.
see. 16, 10,
Walk without rhythm.
15, and 14. Well, it's a 50-50 split. Congrats. You all managed to cross to the blade with a little bit of, like, difficulty, but realistically, it's mostly that none of you are really equipped for dust walking, so your feet generally sink like a good 3 inches into the dust before you hit something compact enough to properly walk on. But you managed to get across. So, you walk up to this massive, like, purple blade that is sort of like, it's like it's been jammed into the rocks below as like a surrender type thing. Like the blade wasn't laying down, it was actually like stabbed into the earth as like a final act. And you look up and you see that there's like several chunks that have already been like 9-foot long chunks that have been taken out of this blade already. Who wants to do this? You need one clean 9-foot chunk of this blade to repair the runner. Or to replace the runner, rather.
Okay, so we had practice yesterday.
Yeah.
I think probably Ingvar, do you think you are advantageous at doing this, perchance?
Well, I have looked at the obsidian. I have a little bit of practice in it. I could certainly give it a shot.
Yeah. What? DM, what kind of rolls do we need?
Well, last time we did athletics and dexterity. Athletics to maintain and provide the strength needed to chisel out this piece, and dexterity to aim the chisel. It is a 2-person job.
Okay.
May I ask a
I've got
question?
5 in both.
Would this count as a carving check?
A what?
Yes, technically.
I have the rune carving knife, which explicitly gives +2 to carving checks or any general crafting checks that require rune work or knife work, and I think this might count as knife work.
It counts as rune. I mean, rune carving is like mostly done into metals and stone and stuff. It's done into wood, but wood is less like durable for that sort of thing. So it's usually done into metals and stone. So yeah, no, this would count for use with the knife.
Yay!
Okay.
Okay. So I should
Should we
give this
give
to
the
someone to
Who's very dexterous. I am
Aye.
not particularly dexterous.
I got a +5 in dex.
So, maybe you hold
so
the knife.
I give you my little knife, and you do your little dexterous things.
And the other one's strength, right?
Yes.
Which
Or
Ingvar also has
athletics,
a +5 in.
rather.
I have-
But
I've got a
Ingvar
+5
can't do
as well.
both.
I've got a +4 in strength.
But
Acrobatics.
well, you can use strength or athletics.
Or
Either way.
athletics, yeah.
Oh, athletics! That's an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Ingvar, you grab the librarian's rune carving knife, and it's this like long blade that has this sort of square end, like slightly like it's like a chisel but thinner, essentially. And you take it and you lean up against the Titan obsidian, and you sort of hold it, like you start tracing out a range around the edge of this, and you trace out the shape that you would need, and then you, Prod, can come up behind with like a mace or something heavy to hammer into this obsidian. I will need a dexterity check from Lydia, or sleight of hand if you prefer. And I will need an athletics or strength check from Elfie.
Well, both dex and sleight of hand are both +5.
That's a 15. What's the DC on this? Do we know from last time? I don't remember.
You know that it's relatively high.
Would a 15 do it, guys?
Yeah, 15 at my end. After
15 on
maths,
both?
everything.
I was just rolling like garbage, so I have no idea.
Okay, so because you're using the rune carving knife, you both get a +2 to that. So that would be 17 on both ends. The good news is, you barely scraped past that. The DC was 15. So, take from that what you will.
I will take a 9-foot-long blade.
Yeah, it takes you, a good 3 hours to chisel out this massive column of Titan obsidian. Arcus, as you're, watching this process happen, you come to the realization that if you weren't in a massive anti-magic zone, you probably wouldn't be able to carve into this at all. This blade probably has some form of innate magic to it. This material probably has some form of innate magic to it, which makes it much more durable. But because it's been in an anti-magic zone for so long, that innate magic has, while not necessarily dissipated, definitely been squished down to a point where it doesn't affect the outermost parts of the sword. Right. So, Ingvar, you now have in your possession, admittedly, you and Prod now have in your possession a 9-foot-long, 2-foot-wide piece of primordial Titan obsidian, which you are both having to carry on your shoulders because this thing is heavy. You know that the material itself is relatively light for what it is, but it's still really heavy. This is 9 feet long by 2 feet wide. It's not small. So yeah.
Yeah, best carry her back to the inn before we get eaten by dustworms. Dusty eels even.
Okay. I will need one more group survival check on the way back.
I'm gonna just say this now. If there's any shards left over from the carving process, I have pocketed them into my filthy treasure goblin pockets.
I
Those are now my inventory.
I've also got some because I think it's fun, and I'm keeping them as trinkets, but nothing else.
I'm keeping them as components for some cool shit, maybe.
Did you say stealth or survival? I was not paying attention.
Survival.
I got a nat 20.
Hey, congrats.
The sword's walking away. Roll initiative.
Sword.
So I have to essentially turn it into a mini to increase its size, but that does mean that I can now no longer put it in the stone because I accidentally moved it while I was moving you guys.
17.
Classic Arthurian legend problems.
Sure. Okay. What have we got? Rolls-wise.
17.
3, 17. Rod?
Oh, for stealth. Not
Survival.
stealth.
Survival.
Survival.
That was my fault. Sorry.
1 second. Yeah! That's a 19.
19. Zarian?
For survival?
Yep.
That was a nat 20, wasn't it?
That was a nat 20, yeah.
Nat 20. Okay.
So 22.
Transporting this heavy piece of obsidian back, you manage to cross back to the inn with relative success. Outside, Anmer, the Gorgon, sitting on her steps with a fishing rod out. This is the first time you've seen a Medusa just out in the wild without them trying to kill you, Zarian. You see, this Medusa just sitting on the steps, fishing, with, lanky snake hair and piercing green eyes, as she, puts up a hand and waves to Prod as you guys go past. Prod is completely oblivious and distracted.
Hi!
Hi.
You wave.
You wave
Trying to add
back.
shards to my to my inventory.
You're trying to add what to your inventory?
Shards, the
Shards.
obsidian shards.
Oh, obsidian shards. Let me quickly make that for you. In that case,
Thank you.
if it'll. Wait. Oh, okay. That's a little weird, but that's fine. I can work with it. Okay. Let's see. Homebrew. Create item.
And
But-
also the kitchen knives. The
Yes.
set of obsidian kitchen knives.
Obsidian shards.
Yeah. Knife.
I feel like they might sell for a pretty penny in Necroneer, right? Or we could use them. Either
I'm
one.
gonna say you're not just gonna sell them off. Use the damn things.
We'll use them.
category, adventuring gear, I guess.
You can
It's
just feel
not
Ingvar's
yeah.
squinting at your back for that comment.
5.
They're dwarven made.
Do I look like a dwarf?
3.
Oh yeah, you're not a dwarf, are you?
No, I'm 6 foot tall.
I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, there you are.
Okay, so now there should be a piece of. There should be an item called Shards of Obsidian that you should be able to import into your character stuff. Hopefully. If it is working properly. I hope. I really hope. And I will also. Obsidian kitchen knives.
Thank you.
It's good to know that it's working, actually. That is really good.
What's it called? Sorry.
I have a potion of greater healing that I
Shards
just
of
haven't been.
obsidian. Yeah, I mean, you all have various potions that you've just never used.
Mm-hmm.
Including Moran's Cure-All, which, you know.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason we haven't used that.
I think I've still got one of those.
Huh, looks like I can't find it. Oh well.
Orange. Yep. As well as a bottle of moonshine, which I've had since session 10.
You managed to find it, right?
That's
Elfie?
got it. That
Shards
must
of
have aged
obsidian?
perfectly.
Elfie?
Huh?
You managed to
Yes.
find the Shards of Obsidian, right?
Hang on. Add new item. Shards.
I said short there for a second.
No.
No. Okay. Well,
I think it
I
needs to
will-
like resync.
It might need to resync, yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure that out after the session.
Yes. Yes, we will. I will give you your obsidian kitchen knives later, as well as Ingvar's obsidian arrowheads, which I did forget to do at the end of last session, but I'll do that at the end of this one.
I mean,
okay.
I've stuck them in Adventurer's Codex inventory anyway.
Okay. So, do the three of you head to the Dust Runner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can get this leg. Leg? It's not even a leg. Runner fix. Thing
The
yeah.
runner. So yeah, you
The leg for the Dust Runner.
you head into the I guess you could say it's kind of like a garage storage space for this little sled that has these twin sails that are sort of mounted from the top. And you look at, like, you notice that, like, one of these runners has this massive, like, bite taken out of it, like, out of one of the bottoms. And you as, like, you can push it really easily. Like, you put a hand against it and it just slides. Which feels kind of weird for a contraption that is this large. But you do notice that that runner is essentially snagging and gathering dust underneath it and is slowly creating like a trough behind it, which is not great. So, Ingvar,
Hello.
your job now and this is for you and you alone, unless someone else wants to try and help, is to carve a runner out of this obsidian. Now, you've practiced twice, so the DC is reduced by 2. I will say the original DC was 20, so it is now a DC of 18. You have the librarian's carving knife. If someone wants to try and help in some way, they can. This will take about like 3 to 4 hours to do. So if other people want to do other stuff in the meantime, they can.
I mean, if Prod or if somebody wants to help, maybe hold the obsidian steady.
I'll help by holding the obsidian.
I guess I can help as well.
But
it's something to do.
One person can help. You can't get advantage twice,
then.
essentially.
Yeah.
And if you really want to.
I mean, if you really want to, you can. But like, it's up to you.
No. It's quite in character for Darren to feel useless right now.
It's also probably quite helpful if Prod helps because he's a lucky boy and can hopefully maybe affect some rerolls.
Maybe. Okay.
I still have. I mean, I do still have a point of inspiration if I need it.
That is also
You
fair.
got it.
All right.
Hey.
So
So.
Prod and Ingvar, you guys are gonna work on this. In the meantime, Darren and Arcus, what are you two doing while this happens? You've done what you can, and you've lent Ingvar the rune carving dagger, but you are also like kind of useless at this point. So what do you two want to do?
I'm gonna head over here and just kind of stare over the railing at the distant nothingness, more or less.
The distant dust. Yeah. You can see
Occasionally
like a
looking
tree
down at my hand that I can't see
distance.
anything on anymore.
You see like a tree in the distance that's really old and decrepit, and falling apart. Feels a bit like your life right now.
Can I try and cast Acid Splash just over the banister?
Sure. What level is Acid Splash? It's just a cantrip?
That is a cantrip. Yeah.
Okay. Trying to figure out if there's an equivalent to a will check.
I guess that's basically just a will save, isn't it?
But there is no will stat.
It would be wisdom.
It would basically just be a wisdom save, surely.
Yeah, sure. Roll me a wisdom check. Not a wisdom save, a wisdom check.
Nope. 12.
You try and bring out this, like, the globule of acid that you've used so many times before in combat. And just try and you try and you try, and eventually you slam your fist against the banister, and you feel something fluid-like squeeze between your fingers, and then you realize it's this just gentle seep of blood. Yeah. Arcus? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember feeling that something didn't want me here, right?
You remember feeling that something was being torn away from you.
Do I still feel it just kind of like leaking out of me as I am up and about now?
It doesn't feel like it's leaking out of you, but it does feel like it's missing. It feels like whatever it was has been ripped away, and now all that's left is like a gaping hole that you can't seem to bandage.
Well, I might as well try and do some historian things while I'm here. Can I look around for any like little clues of why this might not be a forest anymore?
I mean, sure. I mean, there's a variety of like, well, I say there's a variety of people to talk to. There's like 3 people in town total, it seems like at this point. You haven't seen that many people. Like, when you came downstairs, there was the bartender, there was a halfling, you saw someone outside, there was this weird lump of rags in the corner. Yeah, I mean, there's a few different people you could talk to. You noticed something that might be considered a library, but it's like, it's very heavy on the might, essentially.
Why is it heavy on the might? Does it just kind of look like a shack or something?
I mean, it looks like someone set up a tent and has some, like, cards and, like, scrolls, but that's...
Oh, hell yeah, knowledge tent. I'm gonna go to the tent.
You're gonna go to the tent? Okay.
I'm gonna go to the tent. I don't know what everyone else is doing, but I'm going to the tent.
You walk...
I know people are repairing stuff right now, so I guess I've only got, like, a couple hours.
You walk to the tent. It is a tent. It's on a raised platform, but for some reason, instead of building a house, someone just went, "Oh, I'll just stick up a tent instead." But you push the sort of curtains in the entryway aside, duck in. You see like a bookshelf with maybe like 6 books and a couple of scrolls. You see a big pot in one corner. There's a table in the middle with some cards on it. And you see a wizened, old man with a really long beard and a really patched wizard's hat.
Mr. Megoria.
Did you say this out loud?
No, this is just a side joke anyway.
Because Mr. Megoria
I
is
approach
a toy
him,
maker.
and I know. And this might not, in fact, be his Wonder Emporium.
He doesn't wear a wizard hat. I'm confused as to where you got that reference from.
He would if he wanted.
Anyway,
Anyway.
carry on.
Hello, I'm looking for some information that I think you might have.
The sort of wizened old man is... He looks like he's staring down at, like, this table covered in various... What you now are aware are tarot cards. And you speak up, and he's still just, like, staring down, breathing softly.
You right there? Are you doing a reading right now or something? Have I interrupted you?
How loud are you being right now?
Like normal conversation. Maybe I raise my voice a little bit after the first response,
he's
isn't
just,
there?
like, staring. Like, as you start to raise your voice, you hear this... Hello! Hello, young man! Hello! Can I help you?
Hello.
As he wakes up.
I'm looking for a bit of information. Are you okay? Were you just napping, or...?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. What can I do for you? I was just taking a little nap. I like to nap with my eyes open. It helps me focus, you know?
Yeah.
Not creepy at all.
Completely understand that. So, do you have any kind of history the last couple hundred years about why this area might now be a kind of grayish desert, non-magical zone?
Don't know, actually. I mean, I have a couple of books over here, but I don't remember what's in them. I gotta be honest, I haven't read them in a long time. I don't really read anymore.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Sure, knock yourself out. Don't knock yourself out. If you knock yourself out, you'll fall through the floor, and then the worms will get you.
Noted. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go
Don't
ahead
fall
and
through the
take a
floor.
look at his books. I promise I will not go through the floor.
You take a look at the shelf. There's a couple of scrolls, one of which is a calendar, as far as you can tell, though the pictures in it are extensively lewd. The books themselves, one is a cookery book. One is a book on horticulture that seems incredibly battered and has had multiple pages ripped out of it. Two of them are books on tarot reading and fortune telling. And the last one is a book on how to keep your beard in good order. Nothing on
Down a
history,
few
I'm
details about the beard book before setting all of them down.
afraid. Okay.
No, looks like there's not much here on local history.
Oh well.
You don't happen to
I mean,
remember?
if you want
Yeah.
local history, I'm about as history as you can get. I mean, I'm about as local as you can get.
Oh, okay. So when did this town come about and why?
Probably about 300 years ago. 300 years, yeah, that sounds about right. Little town of Ashfold, out in the Ashfold. Can't beat the Ashfold. There's lots of ash and fold.
When did the Ashfold become the Ashfold instead of the Greenfold?
Oh, Greenfold. I haven't heard that word in a very long time. Well, about 700 years, I think. That's when the Ashfold became the Greenfold, or the Greenfold became the Ashfold. Or one or the other.
Do you remember anything about that event? Is there anything written down anywhere, you know?
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty written down. But if you want to know about the thing that made the Greenfold the Ashfold, well, all you gotta do is talk to your friend over there. And he points to someone standing next to you.
Who the fuck is the person standing next to me?
There is no one standing next to you.
Who's the friend that you can see?
Oh,
That I absolutely totally can see, but just want details on.
Oh, well, I thought you... I'm sorry. Am I having a hallucination again? Maybe. They look like a lovely
like a
person.
spirit.
A little girl, about 11 years old, blonde hair, red dress.
You can see Julia?
Is that their name? I can't hear them. They're very quiet.
Yeah, they. How can you see my daughter?
Oh,
She's
your
not
daughter.
even here.
Oh, what? I don't know. They're there for me.
Is
Then
she
again,
saying
I might be
anything?
hallucinating
Is
things.
she doing anything? No, let's... It would be impossible for you to know exactly what she looks like. Can you ask her why she's here?
Well, sure I can. Hey, little girl. Why are you here? I'm sorry, I can't hear a thing she's saying. She's so far away.
Okay, I'm gonna try something, but I need your consent first.
What's a consent?
That's troubling. I just need to know that you're okay with me using magic to see through your eyes, potentially.
Magic?
Magic
Here?
don't work here.
You want to try magic?
Magic
in the
doesn't work
Ashfold?
here. I'm gonna try it, yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Go right ahead.
I would like to try and use Gaze of Two Minds. Because
What
if
level spell is that?
it is not a spell, it is an Eldritch Evocation.
Okay.
Or Invocation, rather.
Roll me a wisdom check.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. You push into your magic. Or into what you feel remains of your magic. The little bits and pieces that are still keeping your body together. And you push through and you look through this man's eyes for maybe 3/4 of a second. It's fractional, it's barely there, but you can see it. And you see, standing next to you, with one hand holding onto your robes, is a young girl, blonde hair, in a red dress. The image is so very faint, as if it's barely there at all, as if what you're trying to see is being erased as you watch it, and then being repainted, and then erased again, and repainted, and erased. As you see a form of your patron standing next to you, lending you a sliver of their power that they can in this place.
As soon as that connection kind of breaks, I want to pull out the index.
Mm-hmm.
And I can kind of feel that that connection's just barely there, so I want to pour in everything that I have left, and I just want to try and send one message.
Okay. Because this is still the same sort of action, I will allow that 20 on wisdom to stand for this.
I write in the book, I love you. I'll be home soon.
Okay. You do so. That, like, you feel, as you, like, push that power through the index, and the index feels like the contract did. It feels dead, almost. Like, there's a subtle, like, almost non-existent amount of power in it, but it feels mostly dead. And you push that message through, and, don't know if it's heard. Well, is there anything else I can do for you? Would you like some stew?
I guess I should probably... I'm good on stew, actually.
He pulls out, like, a ladle of, like, this gristly-looking stew with, like, scales in it.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you very much for the hospitality and telling me you noticed my daughter.
This is the best stew this side of the Ashfold. There's no other side of the Ashfold. There's all Ashfold, but, you know, stew.
Yeah, stew. What were you doing with those cards, by the way?
Oh, these. Well, as you probably can tell, normal magic don't really work here, but luck and fortune and all the things that come and go with it, that works just fine. And, well, I thought I'd set up a little business here in the Ashfold. A little bit of my own magic, you know? A little bit of luck magic. And he sort of gestures to the cards laid out in front of him.
I guess it would be rude after all you've done not to, you know, show my patronage. So, how much for reading?
Oh, 2 copper. That'll do.
Yeah, I just slide over 2
Stew's
copper.
3 copper.
3 copper. I slide over 3 copper. No, just the reading.
Just the reading? Alright. Most do for me. Okay. So, you sit down at the seat, at the little stool in front of this man, and he shuffles this deck in front of you, and then draws 4. The first one he draws, and I'm gonna roll for this one, actually. I'm gonna roll for all of these cards, and we'll see what they give you. 13.
Is it a deck of many things?
It is not a deck of many things, as far as you...
Okay.
Actually,
Immediately explode and turn into a potted plant.
actually, roll me a perception check.
Oh god. I mean, technically he's the one drawing it, so the effect should happen to
he
him,
draws
but,
like the prison and he just vanishes into the earth. off.
Things
Okay,
that really
perception
things
check.
wouldn't work in Ashfall.
Not here, no.
You could play with them.
It would be really funny if it was a deck of many things that just wasn't working.
It only works very slightly, so you pull the frozen
that's
and
a
you just,
dirty
you just, like,
20.
sink an inch deeper.
A dirty... Wait, what were you rolling? Why were you rolling?
Persuasion. Or sorry, not persuasion. Wait, did I roll persuasion? Sorry, it was perception.
perception.
I've got my P's
Yeah.
mixed up. So that would be a +2 instead, which would be a 16.
16. Okay. You have seen... Well, you've seen one card from the deck of many things before. And you saw it while contained in a glass case. Undrawn, technically speaking. That was a very long time ago. These cards are... They look maybe like they could have been from a deck of many things, but they're like torn and shredded. If they were from a deck of many things, they've been in the Ashfold for a very long time, and they haven't worked for a very long time, basically. It looks like they've been drawn and redrawn hundreds of times.
I just really like the idea that this guy is just like, I'm gonna go make my way in the Ashfold because every single time I've drawn my cards before, something awful has happened to me.
I mean...
Or, even worse, someone gifted them to him knowing he was, like, going into a fortune-telling career and just didn't expect him to go to the Ashfold.
Okay, well, in that case, let's... Okay. So. The first card that this man draws has a representation of a man standing in a fire pit in the middle of flames. And he draws it upright. And he looks at this and says, you have sacrificed many things. So many things. Your past is filled with sacrifice. And he's going to roll for the next card. Okay. He looks up at you, and the faintest, like, as you look at him, the faintest ripple of, like, his flesh and, like, a skull-like visage starts to peer out before it snaps away. And he goes, you fear change. It is inevitable. You must embrace it to move forward. He's gonna roll again. The first card was a man on fire. Second card was death. As a note.
Oh.
Death meaning imbuement of change and all that sort of thing. But death reversed meaning resistance to change. And be okay, good. Okay, yeah, that can work. He looks at you like as you stare back at him. He looks at you and goes, you have a strong will, that will manifest itself soon and drive your opponents to fear and anguish and revenge. And then he rolls and picks up the last card. You will have compassion from friends and family alike, and you will share that compassion as you go. And the last thing you see you see, like, you've seen various things as he's drawn these cards. The card of flames, sort of, you watch, like, small ghostly flames flicker off this man's body. The skull grinning from his face. You sort of saw, like, this glowing pale halo around the back of his head, and the last thing you see before he sort of snaps the deck of cards shut is this sword, this spectral sword sort of laying across the table in front of you. Not entirely sure if you're hallucinating or if that's actually real, but he snaps the deck shut and goes, "Well, that was fun. Can I interest you in another reading? They're different every time."
No, I'm good actually. Yep. I think that's all
right.
the future I need to see for now.
Wonderful. As a note, you are now convinced, or not necessarily convinced, but you are now relatively sure that this is in fact a deck of many things. The cards that were drawn as a note were the Card of Flames, aka the Queen of Clubs, the Jack of Clubs, aka Death, the King of Diamonds, aka the Sun, and the Jack of Hearts, which is the Knight. In no specific order. If these cards had been drawn in any other area, you would have had, or this man would have had the following things happen to him. He would have had a powerful devil become his enemy. The devil seeks your wound,
what a fate.
plagues your life, savoring your suffering before attempting to slay you. This enmity lasts until either you or the devil dies. Then he would have had... he would have had death appear to him. He would have gained 50,000 XP and a wondrous item. And then he would have had a 4th level fighter appear to assist him until he died. But none of that works, because he's in an anti-magic zone. So yeah.
He's just gonna step
Man,
out of the magic
insane.
zone at one point. He'll just step out of the zone at one point and everything just manifests at once.
Every single card
is it the card that
immediately gets
manifests it,
used.
or is it him?
Hmm?
This man must have drawn like hundreds of cards over the year, multiple
I mean,
times.
the deck
this man
is
is a
scuffed
walking
and...
nuclear warhead.
The deck is, like, scuffed and completely, like... It's been used dozens of times, but none of the cards work properly. So all that he gets is, like, ghostly manifestations around him of what they should do. So
Here's
go
a
figure.
question. A D&D philosophy question. If you reshuffle the deck, knowing all the card positions in an anti-magic zone, and then draw the cards that you actually want outside of said anti-magic zone, does that work? Or does the deck magically fuck with you by reshuffling as soon as you exit?
That is a very good question that I can't answer.
Oh,
Mainly
we'll never
because you
know.
might use it in the future. We'll see.
1 second, I need to stab this guy and steal his magical cards. No.
Don't do that.
But yeah. So basically, sacrifice, resistant change, going to assist people, and compassionate. Basically, is what you got from. Because what I've essentially done here is I've used the deck of many things as like the ghostly projections, but I've also used a standard tarot deck, rolling with a d20 to pick the cards to give you the actual meanings of that tarot deck. So have fun with that, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Has it been about 5 hours now?
I mean, it's been about an hour at this point. Like you've browsed books, you've talked to this mildly crazy man. Yeah. Are you still just staring out across the desert, Darren?
Basically,
Just gonna do that for 5 hours?
just kind of brooding.
Okay.
Brooding.
Everything.
All right.
I have a lot of mistakes to think over.
Alright. I guess I'll head back to where the repairs are being done.
Okay.
And are they being done?
They are
I
being
think
done,
so.
as far as I know, but I need you to roll for it now. Now that we've completed that.
Uh-huh.
little scene.
Heck.
So I'm
So-
rolling. Oh no, you're rolling with advantage, Lydia.
Yeah, Lydia is rolling with advantage. The DC
And
you
what
want to beat
skill was
is
it now?
18. You are using either sleight of hand or dexterity, I believe.
Oh, they're both
Um,
5, so.
And a +2 because of the rune carving.
Okay, so that's a
So 10
15
plus 5.
plus 5, so that's 20.
5.
Plus 2 from the rune carving knife, so that's 22. Okay. It takes you a good few hours of like chipping away with the rune carving knife as like Prod pushes down on this heavy piece of obsidian to keep it still. Like, it's obsidian, but it slides on wood perfectly fine, so it would probably slide on sand perfectly fine as well. Eventually, you do manage to get like this rough runner shape. You manage to carve the bottom to where it's like nice, smooth, and like half cylinder, and you manage to mount it onto the sled as like Prod lifts the sled up. You mount it underneath and like attach it with the varying clamps and stuff that are there as you like remove the old runner and stuff. And by the end of the day, although it is getting relatively like late night at this point, like it's probably early evening to like late night, you have a functional dust runner.
Hey.
Now the innkeeper did say if you're gonna take it, take one of us with you so that we can bring it back. So
Yeah.
yeah,
But it's probably too late to set out at this point anyway, at this time of night.
it is quite late. Yeah.
One more
So we
night.
should- Yeah, we should inform the innkeeper of its readiness and leaving in the mornings.
Okay.
Yeah. Should someone sleep with the
Sandra?
sleep with the what?
The bartender?
No,
With
someone
Cheryl.
should sleep with the sleigh so that in case someone in the town feels a bit flighty and wants to go in the night.
Yeah.
Prod has trust issues.
Yeah, well, I might as
Bottles
well make
keep-
myself useful.
Okay.
I'll sleep on the sleigh.
Oh, two of you are sleeping on the sleigh. Okay.
Yeah, well, if we get into a scuffle, we want two of us.
All right. two of you.
Yeah,
sleep
one person
on
to
the
get
sleigh.
grabbed by a worm, and the other to shout, "Alert! There's a worm!"
Fair enough.
Buddy system.
Yep, you both sleep on the sleigh. Do the other two head back to the inn?
I guess.
Okay.
Question mark?
Ingvar and Librarian, you both head back to the inn. You inform Gerald, the innkeeper, about the status of the sled, and he has a bit of a crooked eyebrow that he raises, which gives him a sort of like melodramatically surprised look. And he goes, "Oh, well, that's good to know. All right. Tell you what, we'll send Grub with you, tomorrow, and, he can bring it back when you're done. If you don't mind."
Not at all. Sounds like a perfectly reasonable plan.
Wonderful. Let me go, wake him up. And he grabs a bucket of water, walks to this pile of rags that's over in the corner, and just dumps it over the top of it. And you watch as this like pile of very now soggy rags gets up, and like it's still like only 2 feet tall, but you hear the words and the bartender goes, "Grub, you're gonna take the sled, the runner." And you hear, and you're not here, Darren, so this doesn't matter, but it's fine. And the bartender goes, "Yes, I know you hate the eels, but we need the sled back. And these folks they fixed it and they're taking it. So we need you to bring it back." And you hear, and the bartender goes, "Yes, I know. Just do it, and I'll get you well drunk next time you're in, all right?" And the figure goes, and the bartender goes, "Yes, the good stuff. Sure, why not?" And you watch as this pile of rags just walks out the door.
Ah! Interesting conversation.
Okay. Are you all taking a long rest?
Yeah, sure.
I do.
Why not?
Okay.
I'll recover those spell slots
Try.
I'm not using.
Yeah.
Yeah, you all take.
Prod, are we on a watch
rest.
rotation?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Or we could just both kip on the thing, because we'll know if someone tries to nick it, because we're sleeping on the sled.
Yeah, but we might not react quite as quickly as we potentially might need to if both of us are asleep.
Good point. Alright, rotation it is.
Okay. Everybody gets a long rest, and as the morning crests over the Ashfold Plains, you all meet up at the sled. With you is a pile of rags. You are fluent in Dwarvish, are you not, Darren?
What do you take me for?
I'd hope so. They're a fucking dwarf.
I'm just making sure.
Yes, I speak Dwarven.
Darren unfortunately grew up illiterate and mute their whole life.
One of the smartest people on the continent, but yes, I don't somehow speak my own native
They
language.
did, however, against all odds, pass the dwarven bards by beating their instructor to death with a hammer.
The full extent of my Dwarvish is asking which way to the museum.
Okay. So
Did they do attack?
you all head to the sled. And one of the things that you all notice as like you all arrive, or as you two wake up, is there is a pile of rags setting up the rigging on the sled. This pile of rags turns to you, Darren, and goes... And you recognize this as a dialect of Dwarvish, though one very rarely used. This is Gully Dwarf.
Huh.
Gully Dwarves are not generally known for their smarts. In fact, they are generally considered a very stupid species. But this one in particular seems a little smarter than most. It's covered in rags, but you do notice like the top of its head is poking up out of like its things. One of the things that you know is Gully Dwarves are technically made by the same method that most other dwarves are made. However, they are made from the discarded shards of other dwarves' crafts. They're composed by a community, and then Gully Dwarves usually like sneak into the rituals, stick like this misshapen mass of clay and other materials just close enough to the like ritual area to infuse enough of a spirit into their creation to become. But Gully Dwarves are not known for being particularly good craftsmen, so they usually end up looking a bit misshapen. Yeah.
Huh.
The translation roughly is, I'll be your
Good day,
navigator.
sir.
What?
I thought it would just be like, oh, the actual language sounds fucking awful, but yeah, what they're saying is very eloquent.
No, the language sounds awful, and what they're saying is, doesn't really, like, it's very rough. It's a very rough-hewn language. What you basically get is, I'll be your navigator, and I'll bring the sled back. How the fuck do you speak Gully Dwarf?
Oh, we used to speak it all the time down through some of the mines and parts of the darker alleyways when we were Skyping off school, or as everyone else hears. I
I know Dwarvish. I know what they're saying, kind of.
How much of Dwarvish do you actually know, and how well do you know it? Because Gully Dwarf is a
I'm
very
fluent.
obscure dialect of Dwarvish.
I gotta say, Ingvar would know of Dwarvish, but he's never met a Gully Dwarf, so...
Ingvar gets, like, every sixth word, basically. Because, like, all the words sound very similar. And then, like, the Gully Dwarf sort of gestures to various bits and pieces, like pointing out riggings, and he starts instructing you, Darren, as to how to pilot this thing. Essentially.
Right.
Lead
the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
You all board the Dust Runner. And as you do, I would like you... Like, I'm assuming you are departing now, basically.
Pleasing God.
Yes. You all board the Dust Runner. I would like everyone to roll me a group survival check with advantage because you are using the Dust Runner, basically.
Yeet.
Okay, so that's 18.
That's 21.
16. It's a 9.
That's a 9, but I'm gonna re-roll this. I'm gonna
Okay,
re-roll
you're
it.
using luck. Okay.
My luck.
Using your luck.
Using my luck. There we go, 17.
Okay. Right. You all start sledding your way across the asphalt. It takes the better part of a day and a half before you all manage to make your way to the edge of the asphalt. You see multiple times out in the distance, like points where the lumps of the asphalt are just slowly gathering, and you watch as sand, like dust eels, breach multiple times before you eventually manage to make your way to the edge of the dunes, where the edge of the asphalt is. And I need to find it quick, because, there it is.
I'm surprised you didn't just make this on a different map.
Oh, I have a different map for other things, don't worry. But
This
yes.
is really fun. I'm just clicking.
There we go.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay, we made it.
Oh, finally.
Something that's not flat.
Well,
the
less flat.
Yeah, the gully dwarf sort of stands in the sort of navigation point of the runner, and he sort of, as you get to these sort of rises, he tells you that the sled can only go over the dust areas. This part is much more it's much less traversable via sled, so you're going to have to walk from here. But don't worry, there are no dust eels past this point, or at least the ones that do live in this area are much smaller. Because the sand is much more dense, so the dust is much more dense. One of the things that you all notice as you slowly get further and further away from the center of the asphalt is you start feeling the embers of magic at the edge of your being slowly start to coalesce again. By the time you've got to this point, you can cast, like, second level spells. Second level and above, I should say. You just slowly, like, the stronger spells you can cast, the closer to the center you can cast them, essentially. But by the time you've gotten to here, you can cast some relatively decent spells. You, librarian, feel the magic sort of starting to well up inside you again. The enchantment / piece of magic that has been blocking your memories and that usually comes back as this rolling fog doesn't happen.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to open the index and check if my writing's still there, if they've written anything back.
Nothing's been written back, but your writing isn't there anymore, which is normal. It's usually written, and once it's communicated, it disappears. So.
Okay.
Prod, you feel your armor start to re-energize as you get to this point. The bandages start to wrap tight around your muscles once more. And you all, in varying capacities, you all feel your magical items start to return to the fullness of their power. You, Darren, do start to see the faint glimmer of magic around your companions once more. Okay.
Yippee!
Before
Before the Yeah, but before he turns back to go, like, home, I shall give him the standard traditional, like, farewell of safety on your travels and may the gods below favor you. Or, as it sounds to everyone else, bah!
Yeah, yeah. You hear a relatively... Like, Gully Dwarf is, like, a lot simpler of a language than General Dwarvish. So you hear a relatively similar, like, goodbye. Though it's more... It's less, may the gods below favor you, and, gods below you. There's no favor in there. They don't really have a concept of good or bad. It's just... May the gods below you. May the gods be below you. As like some people would say, may the gods be above you. Like in Dwarvish culture, it's more may the gods be below you, sort of thing. Raising you up through the earth. And you all watch as the Dust Runner turns, catches the wind, and speeds off across the dust of the Ashfold, expertly maneuvered by the Gully Dwarf. Gully Dwarves are not good at many things, but this one seems to have mastered the navigation of this particular craft quite well, because it seems to be it's the only thing he does, basically. So yeah.
I was going to give him the long forgotten bottle of moonshine this place, but never mind. He's gone, I guess.
He didn't wait. He's like he doesn't really want to be here. One of the things that you caught on, like as you were talking to the Gully Dwarf, Darren, though they don't have a word for Necroneer, you did hear the term City of Death. So you get the feeling that they don't
for the moment.
Hmm?
I'm gonna keep that one to myself for the moment.
Yeah, you get the feeling that they don't really want to be anywhere near this side of the Ashfold, basically.
Prod's gonna start just very gently mumbling prayers to Callist because he hasn't talked to her in a while and is feeling a bit out of depth.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. The divine magic, its reach is somewhat stymied here. But you do manage to get like a few faint trickles of, oh yes, this is the thing, this exists, this was my fault. In that the Ashfold is Callist's fault. She created it. And you know this.
I know this. I'd be like, I may be. Prod genuinely believes that Callista could do no wrong, and has never done anything wrong in her life. And I'm like, it may be your fault, but it's all for good. You are divine. You are just like being really obnoxiously spiritual about it.
Yeah. You do get like small hints in the background of not just this is my fault, but they deserved it. That little dark shard of Callist that comes through on occasion, that little piece of grief goes, they deserved it. There's an anger in there. But it's just a feeling. Fleeting and immemorable. Okay. You have been informed that Necroneer is probably a good day or so's walk. Even from the edge of the Ashfold to the gates of Necroneer, it's still about a day's walk. But as you sort of crest a dune, you look out on the horizon, and you see the broken spire of the Cathedral of Necroneer, far in the distance. Yeah. I'm going to need another survival check as you cross the remains of the desert here.
Even 10.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
21.
Ooh.
No, find my tails. Fire. Survival.
I love that I'm
Do I
rolling
get
really well, and then one day I can't use any of it for spells.
You do not
ignore
get
this because I
advantage
just
on
rolled it
this
with
one.
advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, ignore that. Ignore that. Yeah. 19!
Damn. An even
Didn't need the advantage, apparently.
An even spread. 2 successes, 2 failures. Successes prevail. You guys start to make your way across the desert. By the time you see the distant gates of Necronir, it is getting very dark. You could make it... Like, if you kept going, you could make it, but you would be arriving at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and you would take a point of exhaustion. If you keep going that way, you're just going to fall off the edge.
That's the point.
And Bod was never seen again.
Come here.
Oh.
Come
oh.
here.
I just like walking around, alright?
Come here. Come. Yeah.
No. You'll never take me alive.
God damn it. Okay. Anyway. You could keep going, but you will take a point of exhaustion when you arrive at Necronir, because you will be essentially walking through the night to get there. Or you can make camp and reach Necronir by midday tomorrow.
Let's...
I've got to say,
let's make...
camp.
Yeah. Let's make camp, but on a stone area where we don't think the worms could get us, essentially.
Okay.
The eels.
Yeah, Tremors rules.
There's a few crag-like areas around that you could settle on. Do you...
Also, no fire.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you want to start a fire? Do you want to do, like, want to consume rations, hot or cold? Etc., etc.
Cold rations. We will not start a fire because we know from the other guys that the eels are attracted to fire. And we're going to try and put quite a few, like, blankets or, like, whatever we can on the floor so they're not attracted to our body temperature.
Okay. I am going to quickly roll for the eels. Because of the precautions that you set, the DC for the eels is going to be a 50. If you were using a fire, it would be 10, essentially. So let's see if the eels sniff you out. They do not. You guys managed to... Are you taking watch, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. Okay, who takes watch first?
Prod will.
Prod, okay. As the sun descends on the horizon and you snack on a little bit of jerky, Prod, you sit in contemplative silence as your armor reawakens around you, and you... It's been strange not having your armor be awake recently. But you start to feel that ice-cold grip that the armor has usually on your heart, and your lungs slowly start to re-emerge and claw its way back around to your various internal organs. That sort of cold sensation, that chill of death magic as it brings itself back from the brink of non-existence. And you hear the armor say, "We grow closer and closer to the sight of betrayal. Why?
It's
do
nice to hear your
wish
voice
go
again, old
back?"
friend.
You hear the armor say, "Why do you wish to go back? This horrid place."
I think it might tell us more than hurt us.
Pain is growth,
There are
but
answers.
also it is damnation. There is little to be found within those blackened walls.
I know. But this is a mission not for us, but for them. I will honor you, old friend, later. For now, new friends, good friends, also older friends, must prevail.
Okay. The armor around you rattles as if drawing a shivering breath, and then goes still. And then
I give it a little pat.
distant voice goes, "I hope you know what you're doing." It vanishes on.
Prod thinks the words, "I have never thought about what I'm doing. I've never known what I'm doing, not once. It always works out."
Okay. Who's taking next watch?
Probably, I would say.
Ingvar? Okay.
Yeah.
You sit up on the, and like Prod pokes you awake, and you sit up on the craggy rock below you, and you start to play around with the obsidian arrowheads that you crafted back in the Ashfall. And as you do, you have like 20 of these at this point, and you take a look at them. They're like crude in like the sense that they are crafted from a material that is very difficult to make like properly smooth. But as you're handling them, you sense this warmth start to emanate from as the warmth of your palms starts to be infused into these arrowheads. I will give you some basic information on these now. The arrowheads, on their own, do 2d10 damage.
Ooh.
Plus an extra 2d6 elemental damage based on the environment you are in. So if you're in a cold biome, they do cold. If you're in hell, they do fire. If you're in the middle of a thunderstorm, they'll do lightning, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. Making a quick note of that.
Oh, my kitchen knives.
I mean, we'll get to that later.
It's just an Ingvar's backpack for now.
But yeah. These particular arrowheads are a very rare item. You having a knowledge of mining and general stuff, you estimate that these arrowheads would be worth maybe 150 gold each, and you have 20 of them.
Good lord.
Because they've been crafted properly. Yeah, they would be worth a pretty penny, basically. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to do while you take what, Ingvar?
Maybe. Can you observe the terrain?
Sure. Roll me a
Just
perception
in case there's
check.
anything out there.
Yeah.
Perception. My inventory section. Perception. That is a +3. Whoop. Good. God knows where that dice bounced. 16.
16. Okay.
Yeah.
With a 16, you look out across the dunes and you see like small bits of movement as like small dust eels pop across the surface and then burrow their way away. You do notice in the distance, maybe a good 700 to 800 feet away, a small blue lantern, or blue flame of some sort, making its way across the surface of the dunes before it dips behind one dune, comes up on top of another, and then dips behind, slowly making its way in the direction of Necroneer.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Should have to keep that in these thoughts then.
Okay, who's up next?
Darren's taking last watch.
Okay. Librarian, you get poked.
A gentle poke.
Arcus,
Okay, I've been pooped.
you've been
Okay,
poked.
sorry, my microphone was muted. I forgot.
That's fine.
I get up for the watch.
You get up for the watch. Is there anything specific you want to do during the watch?
Yeah. I would like to spend 10 minutes, and before I do this, I want to leave my observer here, but I want to step into the library.
Okay. So you're doing the 10-minute ritual cast for this, right?
Yep.
Okay. Let me quickly pull up the stuff. God, where is
I think I have it in my tab if you want.
Sworn I had it open the
Librarian's Refuge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what the 10th level, or not 10th level, but yeah, the 10-minute one is. The ritual cast, you access the library for a period of time equivalent to 10 minutes plus 2 minutes per warlock level. My current warlock level is 10, so
Okay. So
that's what, 30 minutes total?
30 minutes. You can access the library for 30 minutes at the moment, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So where are you trying to go in the library? As you leave your observer.
I want to go. I want to go to Dulia wherever they are. That's like safe, so like one of those hologram statues in the reception again, probably.
Okay, so you're not going to the central chamber. You're going to...
No, I'm going to some way that I can still correspond with her safely.
Okay, you go
and I have
to...
a secondary goal that's the point of this as well, which is I want to look for a, demonic dictionary to try and translate the contract. But the primary reason is to talk to Dulia.
Okay, so you you summon this sort of arcane gate. It still flickers a little in this area, but it is actually existing. It's not entirely stable, but you do manage to push yourself through into the space of the library. You enter into a section of the library that isn't the entranceway. It's not the entry hall, but it does have a little alcove that has a small pedestal with a miniature version of Edric Vox standing on it that goes, "Well, hello there. How can I help you today? What can the Praxis Grand Library get for you today?"
Like, in the last section of that sentence, the librarian just kind of waves a hand and it cuts out. It's kind of like that, we're not doing this again. Julia, can you come out?
You look at the hologram, and the hologram doesn't change. Edric is still there, but his visage kind of freezes. Like, his expression stops. Any emotion that the hologram had before is vacant, and you watch as, like, a small hand, like, miniature, like 2 inches tall on this, like, already very small holographic figure. A small hand, like, grabs the side of Edric's robe, and, like, a little head peeks out from the corner. And you hear, like, echoing in sibilant whispers around you. She goes, "You remember? That's not good. That's not good at all." And you see as she starts to hyperventilate.
It's okay. I understand why you did what you did to try and protect me, but it's going to be okay.
No, you need to forget. You need to leave. You need to leave. And she like sweeps the robe away, and you feel the library start to crowd in around.
Juliet, I understand you're frightened right now, but we need to actually talk about this.
You hear like sibilant whispers coming from around the library, different vocal levels, and different personalities as well. As one goes, "You must leave, you are in danger," and another goes, "Library is no place for you," and another one says, "We are trying to protect you, you must leave." And you hear another one goes, "Stay. Please stay. Please."
I want to try and hear where that smallest voice is coming from.
Okay. You, as the library starts to sort of rush and crowd around you, you manage to slip through a small gap between the bookshelves, down a narrow passage into this little corridor that's devoid of books and scrolls, but there's what looks like a broken, cracked pillar console, like a little brass gearing on the front with little buttons, where the remnants of a projection would be. But instead you see sort of lying on the top of this pillar, like this little pillar, this miniature figure of Julia, as she has one hand outstretched, clawing her way across, like, she's not actually moving anywhere, but she is clawing her way across the pillar towards something. You don't know what.
Oh, poor little Julia. I immediately kind of rush to her side and pick her up.
I mean, you can't. She's a hologram.
What is it you need? I try to still.
You try and pick up this 2-inch hologram, and you fail. It's literally just on a small hologram pedestal. that you're seeing this. She doesn't seem to respond to your, like, existence. But one of the things you do notice is that this display console doesn't have a Vox on it. Doesn't have an Edric on it. It just has Dulia. And every other display console you've seen in the library usually has a Vox on it, or like a display of what the library contains, an index, that sort of thing. This one doesn't have any of that. And you notice, like, at the back, there's like this small, like, casing that's cracked open and is, like, smoking slightly. And, like, as you reach the pedestal, you watch sparks fly out the back of it, and then the image cuts out again. And you hear, "Please don't go. Please don't go." And then louder, "You must leave." And then, from somewhere in the distance, you hear... as something in the distance gets sliced by some giant cleaver.
I am going to attempt to repair the pedestal.
Okay. Roll me an Arcana check.
Do I get the advantage from my Tinker's tools for repairing
Have
stuff?
your Tinkerer's tools on you?
Yep.
Then yes.
Okie dokie, so this is a +8 on top of this then.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 17 plus 8. That's what? 25?
25.
Brain can't do math right now. 26. Yeah.
You open the back of the console and you see, like, sparking Arcano tech. Just... it's melted and it looks like it's been... well, it looks like it's something, like, smashed into it, basically. But you start fiddling with some of the wires, and it takes you a good 10 minutes, but eventually you manage to turn the console on again. First thing you see is this isn't one of the Edric pillars, this is one of the Index pillars. And these are different things. Because the Edric pillars are basically informational points, but the Index pillars are for librarian use only, essentially. And these contain a full index of the entire inventory of the library. And you sort of press against, like, a couple of buttons, and suddenly the image goes from this shifting text screen to Dulia, standing. Or not standing. Suspended. About 2 inches off the platform of this tiny little circular platform. About 2 inches off the top, suspended. You can see, like, her shoulders are pulled up. She looks a little bit like a marionette. But she looks up at you, like, up at you directly. She can see you now. And you hear, "Father? Ow. Where am I? Where am I? Please. Help me. Help. And the console explodes.
I'm coming.
You hear that grinding noise getting closer.
I am going to look for the book that I came here for.
Okay. roll me an investigation check.
That's a dirty 20.
20. Okay. You do manage to find the book that you're looking for just in time before the spell ends, and you're shunted back into the reality that you know. And just before, like, you reach for the book, you grab it, you look to your left, and you see rounding the corner this massive black iron suit of armor that is dragging this giant, wicked-looking blade. And it turns its head towards you, and you see that its eyes flare with this deep crimson color. And it lifts the sword and points it in your direction just as you out of the library. Damn, son! I apologize for that one. That was
And
a
I'm back
little
to the
much.
wizard in the tent.
Oh. Okay. Right. So, final watch. As the librarian apparates back into the world. Actually, no. Before that, librarian, you apparate back into the world. You still have like an hour and a half of watch time. What do you do?
I am gonna probably quite quietly cry to myself.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Darren, you are awoken by a Arcus that has been very clearly crying. Like, there's tear tracks down the front of his face.
Huh.
Which form are you in, Arcus, now that you're out of the anti-magic zone?
I'm back in my regular form, not the librarian one. I'm very much in Arcus's form.
Okay. Ginger hair, pink skin. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I've just been completely in the nude this entire evening because I do not give a damn anymore. So I will just uncurl around the admittedly rapidly declining volume of gold that I have to sleep on. And just kind of like skulk or stalk towards Arcus, just like half awake, staring, and just watch over, go to bed.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Alright, Darren, your watch. What are you doing?
Well, it starts out, I guess, mainly with just the standard bit of brooding, staring off into a distant horizon, imagining an emptiness where my hopes and dreams might once have been. And then I told the gully dwarf, "May the gods below favor you."
Yeah.
I still have no idea where my magic comes from, so this seems like as good a moment as any to, I guess, offer up at least some kind of question to whomever is listening in the great beyond.
Okay.
What was the point of it?
Which of the dwarvish gods are you offering a prayer to? Like any, or...
I don't know that I'm necessarily aiming it at anyone in particular.
So,
It could just as easily be to Bahamut.
As a reminder, the dwarvish gods, or the gods of the dwarves, the Duergar, the gnomes, the gully dwarves, all of that sort of thing. They are Dethor, the deity of the stone and mine, Beldronis, deity of the forge and craft, Intera, deity of the depths and the dark, Crox, the deity of battle and gold, and Mishek, the deity of knowledge and secret.
think that Darren's family probably would have been more towards the god of crafts.
Mm-hmm. So Beldronis. Okay. So you offer up a... Well, is it a prayer? Is it a supplication? Is it like just yelling at the world?
If I yelled, I'd wake everyone up, and unfortunately I do still have a little bit of respect for other people. So it's mainly just a question into the darkness, essentially. It's like, if you're listening, I would like some kind of idea of what the hell is going on and why I did all of this.
Okay.
And if you're not there, then to the hell's...
Roll me a religion check.
Weirdly, one of my better rolls. Oh, that just put that perched so perfectly, but only 12.
Yeah. Okay. 12. You don't necessarily get an answer. But you don't necessarily not get one either. Gods are weird. Communication with them is patchy at best. You definitely don't get an answer from the deity of the forge and craft. While, like, recreating your body is technically a kind of forging, it's not really where they lie. But in the depths of this night, you do feel a certain whisper. It doesn't really give you an answer, but it gives you an idea. The whisper that carries on the wind brings with it the emotion of everything happens for a reason. And that reason may not be clear to you now, but you set out on this path for your own choices. The gods have nothing to do with that. But they're happy to watch over and make sure that you're not gonna fuck it up. And so far as they're concerned, probably haven't fucked it up yet.
I'm gonna go over to my bag and retrieve one of the god juice vial things.
Okay.
And just, I guess, spend the rest of my time on watch contemplating that.
Do you want to do anything specific with it, or are you just contemplating it?
Just contemplating. It's a heavy thinking kind of time.
Okay. Alright.
Is that gonna attract the worms? With the glowing?
You know the worms are attracted to heat, not necessarily light. In fact, you know that worms aren't really attracted to light because they are, in a sense, blind.
If they were attracted to god stuff, they probably wouldn't. It wouldn't have mattered that we were on a rock.
Probably wouldn't have mattered at all, even if you were in a house. If they were attracted to god stuff, they would have just chewed it. But yes. 4 of you awaken in the morning. Prod, you had a relatively restful night's sleep. Ingvar, you had a pretty decent night's sleep. I mean, it was a hard rock, but you were used to sleeping rough.
Yeah.
Darren, you watch the others awaken, and you're having this thing. You all watch as the librarian gets up, and there's just hair tracks down his face. And he's holding, like, a book, but he looks terrified and lost and confused. Yeah. Good morning for everybody, right?
Does the librarian need a hug?
Prod picks up the librarian and just sort of...
What's happening here? Yes, Prod?
You are getting a hug from Prod.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Necroneer. Are you okay?
I saw my daughter again last night.
Oh, crap.
And I'm assuming that's not a good thing.
I remember pretty much everything now. And where she's at is not a good place to be. And I saw her call out to me and I couldn't do anything about it as her father.
We're gonna have to go rescue her at some point.
We should absolutely go rescue her. Should... Do you know what it might take to go and get her from wherever she's being held?
I remember that she got locked into a really powerful magical ritual with Celestial that's currently residing in basically the heart of the library. And to undo that kind of magic would be an incredible task. We'd need... Well, I tried for hundreds of years to... I have some notes, and I have a plan, but we can't do it right now. Which is the most frustrating thing about it.
Can you roll me a wisdom check, librarian? A wisdom saving throw, actually.
Uh-oh. Remember, if you're in 10 feet of me, you get +2 on that.
Okay, I'm within, I think, 10 feet. It looks like 2 squares, so sure.
You are.
I just gave you a hug, bro.
I mean, actually, yeah, you're hugging me, so it doesn't even matter.
I'm gonna say you're being totally
How much do I get from you?
2, so that would be a 15.
At 15, yeah.
Like
Okay.
charisma.
Carry on.
I had a plan, but we need to sort a couple things before we can try that. I don't feel confident taking on what's in there right now, even with all of us, and I can't even get all of us into there.
So we should all be on the lookout for things that would help us get in there.
We need a few
together.
things. We need a powerful magical artifact, probably. We need a door to the library, because I still can't summon one that can take us all through. And I need to be at the core of the library. So basically we need to fight whatever is roaming the halls to make it safe again before we can even attempt that last bit.
You know,
Right.
Inkbo's just gonna come over real quick and just go, I know it sounds a lot, but I promise you, from one father to another, we will get her out of there.
The librarian just kind of puts one hand on your shoulder and says, "Thank you. That genuinely means a lot."
He just gives him like a small nod.
Hey.
Can I be put down now? I think I'm emotionally stable enough.
Prods puts you down and starts to... Prod's having an emotion, but only because you're having an emotion.
Rod's having sympathetic emotions.
This is my emotional support translator.
Yeah.
You did get a book, though, librarian.
I did.
Yes.
1 second, I had a good name for this.
I am...
Darwin Davenport's Extensive Dictionary of Demonology.
Brilliant.
Darwin Davenport's Extensive Dictionary of Demonology. Great! More things that I am not writing down. I'm not writing that down. Like, if you want to go back through a book, you can tell me what its title is. I am not writing it down.
Yep.
The dead book, apparently. If I'm looking at that acronym right.
Yep.
Yes, the day.
Okay. So, you all finish having a moment, pack up your items, and then break camp. You all have taken a long rest. You're all refreshed. You start on your way to Necroneer. I need one final group survival check for the last leg of the journey.
I don't know where my dice went, but it went somewhere. That's an 11.
Group survival check.
11.
If it sucks, I'm gonna re-roll it.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
That sucks, I'm gonna re-roll it.
Do you have luck?
I do, I have 3 luck, it's a new day. 16, that'll do.
Okay, so 16. Zarian at an 11. Lying at an 8. Lydia, what have you got?
11.
I can't see the 11. Okay. That's 3 fails and 1 success.
Keep.
Had to happen eventually.
Have to happen eventually. On the last leg of your journey, and I will say this is a relatively good time for you guys to fail on this, because the further back you failed, the bigger the worms were. Just as a thing. You all, I'm gonna move you all down to here real quick. To give you a better sense of how the terrain looks in this area. Is one of you scouting ahead, or are you all sort of moving in troop?
I think moving in troop.
Okay.
Yeah, be a smarter plan.
I would offer to be like flying overhead to get a long range view, but my perception absolutely is garbage, as we all know. So
Okay.
an eagle I am not.
An eagle you are not. Alright. In that case, as you all make your way across the last pieces of the border of the Ashfall, yeah, that'll do. You all feel this rumbling beneath the ground. And you watch, like, you start looking around and you see these sort of little mounds of sand that are appearing and disappearing around you. And then, in front of you, let's get this size right. In front of you, out of the earth, this tiny little sand eel pops its head out and looks at you. And you hear it's very small.
Oh,
Only
like a
about
baby.
2 feet long-ish.
Can we keep it?
No.
Pet, 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 pet.
How would we even keep it?
Animal handling. Go.
Yeah.
How about
And
filling
then-
up one of our backpacks with sand and taking it with us?
Because you have the
Oh, that's a
alert
genius.
feat
Idea.
No.
flying. Because you have the alert feat, you don't get surprised by this. You all hear
Everyone back away from the tiny baby.
Oh,
As-
it's Mama coming over. Okay.
from the left
Yes.
and from
Everyone march
the
towards
right,
the tiny baby.
And from the front,
Whoa!
3 massive sand eels, dust eels, erupt from the ground. And you hear... as 3 dust eel juveniles appear from below the sand. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Yeah. Hey,
Ooh. roll
where's my
initiative
initiative?
again.
Where did you go? There we go. That's the initiative button. Bidding. 8.
Oh, 22. I got nat 20.
Nice.
Okay.
You win the combat automatically.
I won the combat. They're all dead now. Instantly. That's how it works.
Funny how that works.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
I'm so speedy I get 2 turns.
Okay, so, what was, hold on, 25 to 20.
22.
21.
Okay, so, 22, 21, 20 to 15, 15 to 10, 10 to 5,
7.
8 and 7. Okay.
What was that, Alfie?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got
Hmm.
8.
Uh,
But I stand
let
by.
me, quickly do that. Okay. Well, good news is the worms didn't roll very well. Bad news is there's 3 giant dust eels that are very interested in having a snack. So, up first, Arcus.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, fuck it. This seems like it's probably good enough. I am going to cast a 5th level Call Lightning.
Okay.
Decent time for it.
On which one?
It's a concentration spell, so it lasts up to 10 minutes. So I can call it down initially when I cast it on 1, and anything within 5 feet of that also gets hit, I think, if they have to roll. Let me just double check that.
Yes, what I'm asking is which one are you starting with?
The one that's standing next to the baby.
Okay, so within 5 feet. So a
Yeah, it looks like the baby's
10-foot
up.
radius, 10-foot diameter.
Oh yeah, because I can pick a point between them. I forgot. You're right.
Yeah. So you can get the baby
Hey!
and the big one, the juvenile, in the same strike if you would like.
Yes, please. Can you make both of those make a dex saving throw? Or unless you don't want to hit the baby, in which case I will not hit the baby. I will
you can
not
hit the
just
baby if
murder
you like.
relentlessly.
You can hit the baby.
This
if
is
you
a
like.
party question.
I feel like if the baby gets hit, it's gonna like make noise and bring out mama. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
The purple worm's barbarian rage.
Okay, I will just focus the blast on the big boy then. Leaving the
Okay.
baby unelectrocuted.
So that
Which is a sentence I thought I would never have to say in my life.
Dex saving throw. That is
That-
a
That is
negative 1.
Huh?
I think it fails.
Yes. Yeah, that definitely fails. Roll me some damage.
Okay, I need to figure out the math for this because it gets kind of annoying. So it's 2 levels above, so that's plus 2d10. Yes, so it's 3d10 plus 2d10. Five d10. Smacka. Hello. That is 32 damage.
Damage. Alright. So that would be Purple Worm A, takes 32 points. Oh, oops. I am putting that in the wrong... There we go. Minus 32. Lovely. Okay. Bonus action, or is that everything?
That is everything.
Okay. Darren, you're up. With Prod on deck.
I'm trying to think. Is there... I'm going to cast Mage Hand, just to get that on the go.
Mm-hmm.
And... let's see... There's definitely no way I can get any of these things in, like... in the same AoE, so I'm just gonna focus the closest one, I guess.
Okay.
I will... Is toggling my flight a bonus action? I can't recall.
It is a bonus action, yeah.
Right, I will toggle my flight, and I will start moving towards the closest one.
The
Which is
closest
about
one.
28 meters or so away.
I mean, the closest one is this one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Okie dokie. So you move about 20 feet. You are flying, so let's actually set you to be flying. There we go. Okay. You have a worm in front of you. What do you do?
Let's see, I can't use my Versatile Trickster just yet, so I will just make a regular attack on it, I guess.
Okie.
Let's see. +8. No advantage just yet. That's a 22.
Mm-hmm. 22 hits.
Okay, and then it is 1d6 plus 2 damage. It's not. I know it's not going to be 32. 6.
6 points of damage.
If I'm lucky, I would have just. I would have just
that,
drawn
I'm gonna make it
aggro.
more damage.
Please do.
Okay, so that's
One
6
of
points
these things
damage.
has basically as much health as the entire party.
Oh, okay.
How
I'm
would
happy
you
I
know
chose
that?
the fucking long-lasting spell then.
How would you
Because
know
I know
that?
purple worms, and I've been a DM
These
for so
aren't
long.
these aren't purple worms. They're dust eels.
Yeah, fair. I guess
Yeah.
they could be different.
Legally
They have less
distinct
health.
dust eels.
Yeah, they're dust.
Put it this way:
Yeah.
I would prefer to treat them like they were like they were purple worms, and murder them swiftly accordingly.
If you wanted
humble
a
worm disagrees.
wanted a purple worm, this is a purple worm.
Why does
Kill
it
it
look
quickly.
smaller? Does it look smaller? Oh, there we go. That's the scale.
That's a purple worm.
That's a big boy.
Okay, now put it away, please, GM. I don't want
That's
that on the
what you
battlefield
found
right
it.
now.
What would you prefer something like this?
I'm gonna bring out the fucking Tarask, I just know it.
Yep.
Oh, no,
it's a
what's that
gigantic
boy?
O2.
Hey, what's
it's
an
a-
oiter? Is that like a...
That's nicer.
Okay, they're
yeah,
cute.
it's an oitu. Yeah.
In a weird way.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
I don't like him looking at me like that.
Bonus action, Darren.
I used that.
Oh,
to
you
toggle my
did
flight.
you did the hand. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Prod with a purple worm on deck, as it were. Dust eel. Got purple worms in my head. God damn it.
I can't get to one, right?
Yeah,
get
you
to
can
one?
get to one. Probably. What's your movement speed?
30.
So, yeah, you can get to that
You
one.
can definitely get
Yeah,
within
I can
attack
get
range
to
of where I am.
You can also get to
Maybe get to the other one.
the other one behind
The south
you.
one.
You cannot get to the one in front of you, I don't think.
I'm gonna go for
Yeah,
the
the
one
one
that's
in front of
currently
you is
being
the blue
attacked
bar.
because less worms are better worms. So I'm gonna
Okay.
move exactly 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hit it with my swords, which fucking work because we're out of the zone.
Okay.
And I'm gonna. That's on my first attack. That's 21 to hit. Does it hit?
Yes.
Close to what I rolled, so.
Yes, that does hit. Sorry, I was adjusting something.
And on the second swipe, 30 to hit. So I'm
That will
assuming
also
that's
hit.
which would be Blades of Jamatus. You 22 plus 14. So on my first go, that's 36 points of damage, and then I'm gonna take my extra attack and do 2 swipes again.
Mm-hmm.
With a 13 and a 21 to hit. So I'm guessing the 21 hits.
Yes, that does.
The 13 doesn't, I'm
The
assuming.
13 does not. No.
Whee. And that would be 18. So
Okay.
overall, 36 plus 18 is 40. Wait, no.
22 plus 14 is 36. 36 plus 18 is 46 plus 8 is 54.
54. Yay, I did my maths right.
54 points of damage as you cleave into this worm. Swords come down. Misses on the third, and then fourth one strikes up the belly. Okay. Next up is Purple Worm C. Dustiel C. Goddamn purple worms in my head now, lying. That's
Sorry.
This Dustiel is gonna... It's gonna go for a bite. And actually, no, it's going to go for a... it's gonna go for a crushing maneuver. And it's going to target readily available prey, aka Ingvar. Ingvar, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. As the Dustiel burrows underneath the earth and comes up beneath you, crushing around you, wrapping around your body.
At 16.
16. That beats a 15, so you're good.
Nice.
It is going... you manage to slip free of its coils as the rough scales that are around it try to cut against you. You only take... 8 points of slashing damage and are not restrained. Which is nice.
Yay.
Now it's your turn, Ingvar.
He's probably gonna do the stupid thing here of ignoring the damn thing. Because he's gonna go for the one everyone else has been going after.
Okay.
Just, ignore the thing that's tried to eat you, that works. So I'm gonna use my bonus action on the one next to Rod and Darren.
Mm-hmm.
But
Hex
Hunter's Mark, there you go.
or Hunter's Market, rather.
No, Hunter's.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
I'm going
Hunter's
to
Mark.
Hunter's Mark. Pull out a poison arrow out of my leg.
Okay. You pull a poison arrow out of your leg
Really.
and you knock it.
Yeah. I have.
Fire at will.
Well, I need to hit the thing first, but hold on. I'm trying to remember where the bloody leg is. So I need to hit it first. So yeet. That's a 24.
24 will hit.
Yep.
Neat. And then for the second arrow, because you double an arrow and all that good jazz. Well, the
That
second
will
one's
not
gonna
hit.
So one arrow is two dicks. Jesus Christ.
2 dicks? My god. I didn't know you
Oh
were
my.
firing
Well,
dicks.
I don't know much about worms, but they might.
Not even like sharks. So 2d6 for the bow, and then 2d6 for the arrows, and then 1d6 for the hunter's mark. Jesus Christ. That's solid. 29!
29 points of damage. Not bad. And second attack?
Yeah, the extra bonus, extra attack. So that's 1. That's 29.
Okay, that'll hit.
And then... And 21 for the other arrow.
That'll also hit.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because I'm still using voice arrows, so this is for the first arrow. I'm keeping a track of these things. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's
Okay.
16 for the first arrow, and that's a lot of d6. No, well.
So that's 16 and 18, I think?
16 and 14, so that's 30 altogether.
Okay, 16 and 14. So, yeah. So, that's another 30 points of damage, bringing you to 59 points of damage in one round. Very nice. Anything else?
No, because I can't summon Kaz because I used the bonus action for Hunter's
Well,
Mark.
Kazma
so-
hasn't been put away. Kazma's still out.
I thought I had to summon him like every fight.
No, I mean, you summon him when you want to summon him, but you've been in an anti-magic zone this entire time, so you haven't been able to put him away. Because he's magic.
Oh.
He's been a
Okay,
little
I don't-
dumber, you've noticed, in this zone. A little less
Aw.
smart dragon, little more dumb dog.
Pop up. Baby.
But he is out and
I
about.
would move away from him. Yeah. So we're on the Kaz's turn then, I guess.
Okay. What
Which means
does
I need to
Kaz
pull up
do?
roll 20. I need to pull up roll 20 because he's all of his information is on roll 20. I never think about it because I just use Adventurous Codex for everything else. Because I don't like roll 20 much.
Oh.
Come on, load a bit faster. Kaz. I am going to... Well, for one thing, I'm going to turn him around a little bit. So he's not facing everybody else. And then he's going to attack the one that's closest to him.
Mm-hmm.
And strike of assassins. So if I was to use breath attack, how would infused strikes work with that? I don't know if that's separate or...
Is Infused Strike something that you have innately to your class, or is it a spell?
Hell if I know. Infused strikes. Yeah, that'll do. Based on where I assign. This does not help.
Okay, what is the description of Infused Strikes? What have you got
When another creature within 30... Oh wait, it's got to... Yeah, 30 feet of the Drake, you can see. It hits the target with a weapon attack. The Drake infuses the strike with its essence, causing the target to take an extra 1d6 of damage.
Yes, it would work, but only on the worm you hit, not the worm that's next to you.
Balls.
Because that particular worm just hasn't been hit at all, essentially.
Fair, and if I move Kazuma, he's going to get... I mean, he's got the fright to get there, but he'll also get an attack.
He would get
opportunity attack.
Yeah. Up to you.
So instead, he's just going to do a... he's going to do a grand old breath attack on the one in front of him. Because he's a little bit mad that his master got attacked.
Okay. Roll me an attack. That will not hit.
That's not gonna hit. No, I was gonna say that's not gonna hit.
Okay.
Oh well.
As for Kazma, it is Purple Worm Dust Eel B.
Purple Eel B.
Purple Eel B. Dust Eel B. Which is the one up here, which is going to attempt to... it is going to attempt to devour. I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw, Prod.
Yeah. A dexterity saving throw.
DC
Dexterity saving throw.
DC is 15.
Let's go, baby! Whaya! 17!
Not bad. You sidestep as the worm's massive jaw closes down on the patch of sand where you were standing just a moment before. It is then going to burrow. This is a movement ability, so you will get opportunities of attack on it if you want to take it.
Yes, I shall.
Does that require me to not have used my bonus action?
That's a reaction, not a bonus action.
Okay, then, yeah, I'll do that.
That will not hit. Prod, are you taking a swing?
Yes, I am. What can I do as a reaction? Because I know I can hit them with my sword, but is that both swords or just one?
It would be one sword.
Okay. Do I have to roll to hit, or is it
You
just
have
damage?
to roll to hit.
God, imagine if it was just damage. We'd have died years
24.
ago.
That will hit, though. Okay.
20.
20 points of damage. Okay. The worm burrows, and it is going to come up on the other side of you, between yourself and the librarian. Okay. Then it is going to be Dust Eel A's turn. And that is going to move, but it doesn't have a very far move range, so it is going to go to here. And the little baby worm is not part of this combat, technically speaking. It was an alarm system for sake of brevity. Arcus, you're up.
Okay. I can't move out of this worm's range because that would be opportunity of attack, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think I have but one course of action to take.
You are still
I would like to
concentrating on
cast
Fall
5th
Light.
level. Yep, I can still cast a spell on concentrating, but can I? I just can't
you can-
cast another concentration
You can't
spell.
cast another concentration spell, but you can cast a standard spell.
Yeah, I'm going to do a 5th level inflict wounds and use my double cast ring thing to duplicate it on the worm that's in front of me.
So you're twin spelling inflict wounds on the worm that's next to you. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sure. Roll. That is a melee spell attack. So roll me an attack.
Yup. Big money, big money, big money. 14, and I roll the second one.
So one
21.
of those does hit. One of those hits.
Okay. Roll damage for one of them. Let me figure out how much damage that is. Also, I'd like to append my fucking index extra lightning damage for the day on this.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, we'll have to do math for a moment. Terrible. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I think it's 7d10.
Mm-hmm.
And what's my lightning damage? 1
Powerful
second.
little spell.
It is. 1d6 lightning damage per spell level to each spell starting at casting 2. So this is a 5th one, so that's plus 3d6 lightning damage. Okay, big bundle of dice. Also big money, please.
Ooh,
43.
43 points of
I
damage.
would also like to use Empowered Spell, which is a meta magic one I can cast afterwards to replace a couple of those low roll dice.
Okay, sure.
So replace the 1, the 2, and the other 2 probably. So that is -3, -2, so 38. And then I will put 2 of these in. So it's 38 plus 19! Okay, that was worth it, actually.
Nice.
So 38 plus 19. Whatever that is. I think that's 57?
57.
Okay.
Yeah, 57
This
damage.
this particular worm is not looking particularly happy. You have lacerated this section of its body, and it's like it has this undulating visual, but this one's kind of like more like I'm gonna fall over now, kind of undulating. It's not looking good. The other two are looking pretty alright though. Okay. Any bonus action?
I would actually like to give it opportunity of attack and move away at my full movement.
Okay, where are you moving to?
Let me see. So I have 30, right? So.
Mhm.
Over there.
Alright. You move 30 feet in that
Okay.
direction. It will get an opportunity of attack. That is
That does not. Oh, wait.
not. That is not being rolled from the damn worm. Hold on.
Yeah, I was like, that's low for a worm. That's not a worm roll.
Here we go.
That's
That's an 18 to hit. Okay. Does that hit or does that miss?
That hits. I have an AC of, I think, 12.
Yeah. Okay. Let me roll damage real quick. That is 23 points of piercing damage.
Okay, let me figure out how to take numbers away now. We're getting really complicated tonight.
You should be able to just put minus 23 in a box below it.
I tried that, but it didn't work. That's weird. Oh, wait, the box to the left of it.
Did
Okay.
you then also click damage?
Yeah, they said below, so I was confused.
Oh,
Anyway.
sorry. I don't have
Yep,
that.
so now I
version of the
rolled
character sheet up.
for concentration, right?
Yes, you roll for concentration. Roll me a constitution saving throw.
Dice do not fuck me.
Sorry.
Okay, 15. I think that's a success.
You took 23. So that would be a 12. So yes, that is a success.
Yay, I get to keep my fucking call lightning. That's good.
Okay, Darren, you're up.
Alright, well, okay. Let me see. I would really like to get an AoE off, but I'm reasonably certain that either one of the things I would hit would die very soon, or I would hit half the party. Let's see, can I reposition to here without provoking an attack?
You are still within its range, so yeah.
Okay. I'll flap my way over there. I will then use my action to cast Fear.
Oh, on just this one?
No, it's a 30-foot cone.
Okay, sure. Let's see. 30-foot cone.
Just barely gets into that thing's token space.
30 degrees. It's very close, but I'll allow it.
B. Okay, wisdom saving throw on them.
Okay. So
How wise is Worm?
Dustworm A, wisdom saving throw. It is a 6,
Fail.
and then 14.
They both fail.
Okay, both worms, both
Okay.
dust eels have failed their wisdom saving throws. They are both
Right.
under the frightened condition.
They must drop whatever they are holding and then become frightened. While frightened by the spell, a creature must take the dash action and move away from you by the safest available route on each of its turns, unless there is nowhere to move.
Okay.
If they enter the turn in a location where it don't have line of sight to me, they can then make a new saving throw.
Okay.
Otherwise, it lasts for 10 rounds.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Go on. Anything else?
I will then bonus action Versatile Trickster to get myself advantage attacking the one that's directly in front of me, and I'll use my dagger.
You already have advantage on that one because Prod is right next to it.
Then I will not use my bonus action at this time.
Okay. Prod, you're up.
Yeah,
Nice.
my attack.
Oh, well, didn't
no.
you cast fear, didn't you?
I used an action, I didn't attack.
Action is still an attack.
Is that the same thing?
That is the same
Okay,
thing.
Yeah.
my bad then.
Yeah. Carry on, Prod.
This bad boy's still near me, so I'm still gonna hit it.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same that I did last time and just hit it total 4 times. I'm gonna
Alright.
just roll to hit 4 times and then damage.
Go for it.
So that's
So that's a
12.
miss.
That's not gonna happen.
That is also a miss.
16?
That is also a miss.
Right? Come on, babes.
That is a hit.
28. That is 1 hit. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna add my divine, divine smite to
Smite?
it. So that's, I believe, 2d8 on top of the thing that I'm rolling right now.
Okay.
So that's 24 plus. $14.
14. So 38. Yeah, that dust eel is looking particularly battered at this point. Bonus action?
I'm going to give aid to who's closest to me? to
Me.
Darren.
Okay.
So you now get +2 on a. Hang on, let me just quickly check what you get +2 on. Spell list. Aid. Oh, sorry, no, I lie, not aid, because that's a action, not a bonus action. So instead, you'll get Shield of Faith, which ups your
AC?
hit DC by 2.
Mhm.
Yes,
Plus 2
AC
to your armor
for
class,
2.
yes.
not DC, AC.
Okay. Dustworm C is going to go for a bite on Chasma. That is a 20 to hit.
I assume that hits. I'm pretty sure that hips. Yeah, he's got an armor class of 18.
Okay. And that is going to be 26 points of piercing damage to Chasma.
Ouch.
Okay.
I did not fix his hit points the last time. Oops. Oh well.
Alright. Next up, Ingvar. You're up.
Night. The one that's closest to Prague and Company, is that more than that? Is more than 5 foot away. We have got Brian, please. We've got 1 poison arrow left, so we're going to do that for the first attack. So that's for the first. That's 17?
Mm-hmm. That will not hit.
Does that hit or miss?
That will not hit.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And then...
My brain disappeared for a second there.
And that one's not gonna hit.
Nope.
Fuck's sake. And now we're out of poison arrows, so now I'm going to, for the second lot of attacks, switch to I'm out of flame arrow, freeze Jesus for Christ alive. I've got lightning arrows left. There you go, they'll do. That's not gonna hit. Bob, what are you doing?
At will hit.
That one will hit. So put that.
Which one are you
And-
aiming for?
The one that's next to the one that's basically dead on its feet.
Okay, yep. Roll me
Just
damage.
still in its mouth.
16 points of damage. What's your play?
He's gonna get shot right in the mouthpiece.
Okay, so
Right down the throat.
the worm, the dust eel towers over you, and you aim your bow up directly, and 3 arrows thud into the roof of its mouth as it just falls to the ground next to it. Okay.
Oh no, Prod.
Prod gets squished. No.
No.
Prod, no, run to the side.
Bonus action, Ingvar? You can move your
What have I
hunter's
got
mark.
left? I could. That's not a bad idea. Actually, I'm going to move it to... Actually, before I... Well, no. I'll move it to the one next to us.
Mm-hmm.
Which is... And then I'm probably going to invoke an opportunity of attack, but I am going to move a little way a bit.
Okay.
That's the wrong rule of myself. To about this square.
Okay, so
So-
you're gonna sprint in that direction.
Yeah, just to put a little bit of distance.
Okay, it is gonna get an opportunity of attack on you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come at me.
Alright. It is going to do a attack on you. That is a 10 to hit.
Yeah, no, that's a miss.
Okay. All right. Next up, Kazma.
Kazuma. He did fail the breath attack before, so I do need to roll to get that back. Yeet. That did that.
Nope.
Just by you really don't like me having my character save. In that case, I'm just going to get him to bite it. Give it a good
Okay.
old crunch.
Roll me an attack.
Yeet.
That'll hit.
I gave up with this game. So bite is melee weapon attack plus 3, which 1d6. Would melee weapon attack add a plus 3 to that, or is that just to hit it?
That's a +3 to hit. Yeah.
Melee weapon plus. Oh yeah, plus 3 to hit, reach 5 foot. Yeah. 1d6 plus PB piercing damage. What the hell is PB piercing damage? Oh, mighty.
PB piercing damage.
That's what it says.
I'm not familiar with that term. No idea.
Not a clue.
Oh, a type of damage that ignores or reduces the effectiveness of armor, apparently.
Well, this thing has no armor, so it doesn't matter.
That. I'm trying to roll the dice here.
Okay.
Nom.
4 points
Gets
of
nibbled.
80 damage. Okay.
Nibblable.
All right. Next up, purple. Dust Eel B is dead, so that can be removed from the turn order. Dust Eel A is going to do its utmost to get away from you, Darren. So it is going to take.
Must take the dash action.
It will take the dash action. It will go. It will burrow 90 feet in this direction, away from you, and you see its surface looking around wildly, but it can still see you, so it doesn't make a save. Right, Arcus, you're up.
Oh boy. Okay. So we have one worm left and the other one down there, yeah?
Yep.
Two worms, one of them is currently left combat.
Okay,
One
well
of
the
them
one
is-
that hasn't left combat is in for a rude awakening. I guess call lightning on it, yeah.
Okay. Roll me. Roll. Well, I need to roll a dex save, don't I?
You do.
Okay.
I just had an
This
idea.
is totally not me buying
That
time
is
for remembering the number I need to
17.
roll.
That is 17
Is it
on
still-
the save.
Okay, so 4th or higher, so that's 1, 2, so it's 5d10. Ooh. That is 24.
Did it succeed or fail the dex save?
Oh, sorry, what number did it roll?
17.
It fails by 1.
Okay. So, minus 24. I almost wrote 245 there.
No, you're right. You write that one. It's gone now. Floating point error.
Bonus action?
I'm not gonna take a bonus action, but I am gonna move a little bit further away.
Okay.
Yes.
Darren, you're up.
Right. Well, I guess I will move into combat range over here.
Mm-hmm. You will get advantage on
there.
this because Kazuma is flanking.
Oh, I don't appear to be on the opposite side.
No, it's just which of you the worm is in attention to. And currently it likes Kazuma. It really wants to eat it.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I will bonus action hex this thing then.
Okay.
And I will give it disadvantage on Dex. Why not?
Mm-hmm. It's already
then I'll
got a
attack.
-2 to Dex, but sure.
Yep. Well, you know, just gotta be extra so. Okay. Dagger time. Bang. That, I'm guessing, hits. It's 18's half.
That will hit, yes.
Right. So then it is that plus. Yep.
Okay.
So let's see.
24.
That 24 plus a couple more because of Hex,
Mm-hmm.
which is 1d6 necrotic. 24 plus 3, 27 total.
So 27. Okay. Alright. Anything else?
That will be the end of my turn.
Okay.
What
Prod,
time
you're
is
up.
Go.
A worm has fallen on you.
Ah! Am I...
A
Ow.
worm has fallen in Lego City.
Can I get... Yeah, I can get to this one.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I can. I'm gonna do what I always do and just hit it.
Go for it. Roll me
That's
4.
what I'm good at.
Well,
And
you
that's
say
what
that.
That's a 30.
That's a 30. That'll hit.
And
That's
an
an
18.
18. That'll barely hit.
Okay, still 2 hits.
That's
25.
25. That'll hit.
Come on, 4 for 4. Nope, shouldn't have said that.
That will
Okay,
miss. So three
times.
hits.
Still not bad.
21
Mm-hmm.
plus 13. Oh, that was shit. I did ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
21 plus 13 plus 21 again.
So that's 42, 52, 55. 55 points of slashing damage. Not bad. Okay. Any bonus actions?
I'm also going to give not aid. I've forgotten the word again.
Shield of
But
Faith? Field?
bonus Shield of Faith, bonus DC to the Dearest Librarian, so they get +2 on their AC.
What's the range on that?
Yay.
That's a good point.
Because the librarian
Oy.
is 61.
Don't worry,
62
I'm
feet
chilling
away.
over here. Don't worry.
Hang on.
It might be good. Don't worry about it. I'm just over here.
Okay, so it's 60 feet, but I still have like 3 meters left. If I
Yeah,
move,
you can squeeze that. You can squeeze that. So you
Yeah,
get a
there we go.
+2 to your AC.
Love that everyone else is just like close range fighting this thing, and I'm like final episode of Merlin calling down the lightning upon them.
I'm just imagining Prod doing the thing of like the TV remote is just out of reach, but you don't want to get out of the sofa.
yeah.
Okay. So, this dust eel is now going to go. And it is going to try and devour you, Prod. I need you. Make me a dexterity saving throw. You have to beat an 18.
Easy. Would one call this athletics?
No.
Alright.
It can be acrobatics if you want.
I already rolled. That's an 18, motherfucker.
That meets it, beats it. Yeah, fair enough. The worm comes down for another bite, and you sidestep once again. Ingvar, you're
can I
up.
say begone thought?
You can say begone thought. I don't know that the worm knows what a thought is.
That doesn't matter.
I
God,
want you if you were
Ingvar.
still a worm.
You're up.
I got an idea.
You
I
got
can
an
hit
idea?
it from here. I finally have a chance to use the fucking explosion arrows on that one in the distance.
Okay. Roll.
But I am
roll
gonna-
me an
well,
attack.
I was going to switch to Hunter's Mark, but I might.
I
Attack,
mean, you can
attack,
switch
attack.
Hunter's
Where's
Mark
my-
if you'd like. It's just a bonus action.
Yeah, we'll do that. You know, just add some more damage onto the damage.
Hunter's Mark.
Hit. Please hit.
That is a 16 on the first shot. That is
That's
a
22.
22. That will hit. First shot will hit. Well, second shot will hit.
So 2d6 for the bow, and then, oh my god, how many is it for the fucking... Where's my inventory going? 12d8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus 1 for the Hunter's Mark. Okay. Oh, God almighty. Boom. 48.
Didn't you say 12d8?
Did I not... I can't count,
You
can I?
put in 8
I hold.
d8. It's fine. Just add another 4d8 on that.
50... 60.
Okay. That's 60 points of damage as this massive explosion ripples around the worm. So... Okay, you still have an extra attack if you would like to use it.
I guess what I'm gonna do. Again. Again,
for it.
again. Why do I keep trying to drag up the bloody mark of that?
Okay,
That's
so that's a
27.
27, that'll hit. And that's a 24, that'll still hit. So roll me 24d8.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope, nope, that's 13. That's for the first
Ingvar
level.
really is the sleeper of this party.
That's 73 points of damage.
Jesus!
Plus,
That's for the
There's all the damage I did the entire combat.
86 points of damage. Somebody give me
Prod, I think we might be
73 plus
irrelevant.
86.
159.
159.
Yes.
Okay,
Oops.
Ingvar. What's your play?
Yeah.
Or would you like me to describe how this happens?
You go. I was just gonna go and explode, but you go for it.
Okay. You notch that singular explosive arrow and release these two arrows, the spectral one and the explosive one, with its little ticking timer, fly through the air. Ding, ding. Land on the hide of this dust eel. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, with a sudden, you watch as dust immediately envelopes the entire area. As the dust clears, you step to the edge of this 60-foot radius crater that has now been formed in the dust, where little shards of obsidian glass seem to litter the sides, and in the center is the charred skeleton of this dust eel that just lies at the bottom of this crater. Thoroughly, and without a doubt, very much dead. I will say, it had, at that point, 155 health.
Ooh.
So you killed it with four points of damage over.
Nice.
Okay. Casimir's turn, I guess.
Dragon
Alright, we're
Chomp.
still in initiative.
God almighty.
Yeah, there's one
See if I
left.
can get that breath back. Yeah, let's start the breath back. So he's. I don't think he'll hit Darren at that angle.
Probably not.
If I'm looking at that right.
I'm flying, so.
But yes,
Let's
and
see.
from. No, we're fine. So that is.
That is a failure on the dex save. So just roll me damage.
So,
Okay. 5 points of damage.
I go from 159 to 5.
Well, it happens. Okay. Arcus, you're up. You just watched Ingvar create a very large crater.
Neat. Call lightning.
Alright.
Give me
Call
a
lightning.
dex save, please.
Mm-hmm. That is a 13.
The worm is not good enough. The worm fails. It should be a shame.
Apparently.
Uh, 22.
22 points of
Where was these
damage. Okay. It's starting to look a little hurt.
Well, that's my turn done.
else? Okay. Darren, you're up. You still have advantage on this.
Still have advantage, yep. You know what I haven't done in a while, like a hot minute? I'm gonna breath weapon. Because I think it's within 20 feet, considering I'm currently clipping into its head.
Yeah. It definitely is. It needs a dex
yep.
save, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. That is a 5.
That is definitely the failure, because
These
the
things
bare
are not
minimum for the save is
particularly
8.
dexterous, yeah. Kinda.
Yes,
anchored
Lydia,
into
I
the
think that
ground.
might have been a damage PB for you. Jesus. Save that for a boss, maybe. Okay, so that is...
Every time you run
46
into a-
acid.
Every time we've run into a boss, it's been too close range.
True. This is also the one that's hexed. Whenever I hit it with an attack roll.
Mm-hmm.
Does that... I'm guessing that doesn't include this because there wasn't a roll.
It's not an attack roll, no. So,
Right, so hex doesn't apply.
no.
But okay. Blah.
Okay.
13 points of acid damage.
Alright. Anything else? Is that it?
The last hex is my only bonus action spell, so
Mm-hmm. Okay.
no point casting it
Prod,
twice.
You're up.
Not dead. I look at it and say, die.
You attempt to cast power word kill.
You've morally disenfranchised the worm and it perishes from this.
I'ma hit it with my sword.
Okay. Swing your sword.
That's a 30.
That's a 30. That'll hit.
Yep. And that's
a
a 1.
12. That won't hit. That's a 29. That will
29.
hit. And that's
50.
a 15.
Okay,
that
so
will
that's-
not hit. So 2 hits.
2 hits with 22 and
19.
19 damage.
So 32, 40, 41. 41 points of damage. It's looking pretty bloody, but it is its turn. So it is going to... It is going to one last time try to devour you, Prod. That is
It wants that snack.
26 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Oh, sorry. That's 26 for you to dodge. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh. So that's probably not gonna happen. It's a 19.
That's a 19. Okay. The worm goes down and chomps you in one bite. You are suddenly inside its gullet. And it is going to do... 37 points of bludgeoning damage as you enter into the restrictive tract of its gullet. Yeah?
Oh.
Okay. Ingvar, you're up. You turn around and you watch as Prod gets eaten.
Oh, he ain't happy about that one. I can't blow this one up because
Don't on it.
No. Not only are we in the blast radius, but Prod is in the thing you'd be blowing up.
So instead, he's going to walk right up to it because it's like 20 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop. And he's going to... Let me bring it up real quick. Where the fuck is it going? He's going to strike it in the arse with 3 charges of his foot.
Oh, okay, sure.
Ooh.
Roll me an attack.
Watch these guys just
That's
whiffing and
kicking it.
flying.
That's great.
Well, that's 15. I do not know what stat
It would be
to add on top of
strength.
that.
So at least a plus
Which
5,
is
which
plus-
is a 20, so it does hit.
20. Right, so I'll bring my equipment back up. So that's 1, 2, 3. I need. Charges of command per attack. That's 3 charges. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeet! Because it's 2d6 per charge.
Okay, so that is 18 points of damage that you discharge in lightning damage into this thing's posterior. It is going to make a Constitution saving throw to try and keep Prod in. It has to beat a 9 as a fair warning. That's a 25. So it does not throw Prod up yet.
Bow.
However, it is Kazma's turn next.
No.
No.
Oh, I need-
okay.
hold on.
Roll me an attack.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll for see if I can get breath attack back first. No. Yeah, so bite. Whoop. Nope.
That will not hit.
No.
Okay. Arcus, you're up.
Okay, is Prod still doing a dangle?
Prod is still inside that thing's throat. Yeah.
Okay, I can't electrocute it then. I cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay, roll me your Eldritch Blades.
First Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, I don't think
22.
I've heard
That'll
of
hit.
Second Eldritch Blast.
That will miss.
11. Third
it.
Eldritch Blast.
How many Eldritch Blasts do you get?
I get 3.
That will miss.
So
Barely.
okay, so one of them hit.
Okay.
Okay, I roll 1d10 damage. Come on, big money of 10 damage.
Hey!
9! Good
9
enough.
points of damage isn't too bad on something that usually only does 10 per shot. Okay. Darren, you're up.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing since everyone's basically surrounding this thing, like, also, I guess I technically get advantage because I'm flanking it from the inside with prod.
Sure.
So
I mean,
that's definitely how that
everyone
works,
is
right?
flanking this thing, so yes, you get advantage.
Alright, I'm just gonna go in for attacks, I guess.
Okay. It is looking very bloody at this point.
Should imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that'll
think
hit.
that hits.
That'll hit.
Okay, so that is my 1d6 from Hex, 7d6 from Sneak Attack, plus the 1d6 plus 2 from the actual dagger itself.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 8d6 plus 2.
Roll it.
If this doesn't kill the thing... Okay, base damage is 3. Because I rolled a 1 on the die. But that's fine, because I have plenty more dice. Yep. That is a 15.
That is...
That's 16, 17 total.
18 total.
18 total.
It's
Yeah.
looking bloody, but it's not down.
Why do you fail
It's
me so?
swaying on its stalk, but it is still very much up. Bonus action?
Could just make another attack.
Do you have that
I
ability?
haven't moved. I could just make. I haven't moved, so I can make one more attack.
Yeah? I mean, it's up to you.
I mean, you know what?
Count as a move.
For the bro. Yep.
That'll hit.
Yep. Okay. Right. Let's do this dance again. Let. That is
6
6
points.
plus 28.
So-
That's 34 points.
34 points.
It's gonna be dead.
What's your play?
I am going to shout, "Hands off my bro!" And I'm going to encircle it with my flight, and I just like decapitate it, just like buzzing
You're just
around the
gonna
side.
Go all the way up,
Yes.
spiral cut its
Yeah.
skin off. Fair enough. All right. You prod on the inside of the worm. Hear this? You hear, "Hands off my bro!" And then you watch as a knife sort of spirals its way up the gullet, and you land in the spiraled carcass of a dust eel. And we are out
Nice.
of initiative. Hey. All right. The last dust eel falls, and all that's left is the little baby dust eel sitting up on the hill as it starts trying to burrow away.
Yeah. Don't end up like your brothers. Also, bro. A little tear like leaks down from Prod's eye. He's like, "Oh, thank you, bro. I didn't know our brohood meant that much to you, bro."
What happened when I was 60 feet away?
I feel physical pain right now.
Damn.
Okay. I would like to quickly point out those were juvenile dust eels.
Uh-huh.
Since I'm never gonna get to, you guys are never gonna come to this area again, probably. I would like to show you the actual size of an adult dust eel.
Okay.
That doesn't look that bad. Oh.
Oh,
Hello.
Yeah,
oh no.
that's the size of an adult dust eel, which is what you guys could have encountered.
You know it's bad when the minis of the entire party could fit within the mouth of the mini of the enemy.
As a note, like
That's fine.
with the like adult dust eels, they don't hunt in packs, so you would have only had to
good.
face one of them. But
Probably from the inside out.
well, maybe. Okay. Right. So you all recover yourselves from this little tete-a-tete with the local fauna, and you start making your way the last leg of the journey to Necroneer. It takes you about 3 hours, but eventually you do manage to come to the gates of the dark city of Necroneer. It is surprisingly deserted. As you step towards the gates, you see no guards. You see, like, across the walls, there are, like, braziers that have been lit in, like, this green flame. Walls are, like, this old, dark stone. You can see in the distance, above everything, is the broken cathedral of Necroneer. Which, as you look, you realize that parts of it are just, like, floating in midair. And the spire itself is cracked and broken off at, like, this odd angle, but an angle that seems untenable to physics. But it's still standing. You look beyond the walls into this sort of dark expanse of city, and you see, like, a few people, 1, 2 people, disheveled, ragged. The city is deathly quiet, as if no one's properly lived here for years. But as, like, you guys step through the gate, you look up and, like, there's different windows, shutters slam shut as you walk through. And I will bring you guys into the last area for today's little adventure. Okay. Where are my mini librarian?
They're over here.
Prodigious Maximus. Ingvar.
Take me away, a secret place,
And
a sweet escape. Can I sing that?
Alright.
Is that copyright not allowed?
If you
I
sing it
think
bad
it's
enough, it can't be
fine.
claimed.
Then that's great. Good news.
And I will summon you to this board. Welcome to the
Summon
city of
me.
Necroneer, everybody. Still in development.
You don't. It's literally the opening. It is literally the entryway.
As you all walk into the central plaza of the city of Necroneer.
Ruh-roh.
And that is where we are going to leave it for today, as you all stand under the mounted skeleton of a giant dragon.
Oh, thank God, I thought it was a skeletal dragon.
Yeah, that's where we're going to leave it for today, everyone. Thank you, Glebe, for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah. Don't we all love a little bit of trauma? As for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for joining us this evening. I hope you had fun. I realize that the room around me has slowly gotten darker, so I've just become more and more ominous.
Very good for
But yeah.
Necroneer.
Yeah, a little bit. Fitting. Thank you very much for joining us. We are going to go and raid somebody who's live right now. Let's go raid a Wasted Space who's currently working on their PC. Thank you all very much for joining us. Have a very good evening.